Honourable members, the prayer. Lord, the God of righteousness and truth, grant to our Queen and to her government, to members of the Legislative Assembly and to all in positions of responsibility, the guidance of your Spirit. May they never lead the province wrongly through love of power, desire to please, or unworthy ideas, but laying aside all private interest and prejudice, keep in mind their responsibility to seek to improve the condition of all. Please be seated.
Introduction of visitors.
Honourable members, joining us in the chamber this afternoon are guests of my office. Please rise as I call your name. Member of Parliament for South Surrey White Rock, the Honourable Carrie Lynn Findlay, and Brent, Donna, and Lindsay Chapman. Please rise and receive the warm welcome of the Assembly.
Ministerial statements. Member statements.
The Honourable, the Official Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On June 9th, the Associate Minister of Health said that opiate deaths were falling. Days later, his own department's data shows he's wrong. Opiate overdose deaths started spiking even before the COVID-19 pandemic arrived. They're up more than 14% over the previous quarter. 11 Albertans will overdose and die this week. 11 more next week, and 11 more the week after. Each one will leave behind a devastated and grieving family. Some of those Albertans' lives could have been saved. They should have been able to pick up the phone and call a support worker who would monitor their condition and call an ambulance if they overdosed. That Albertans might have survived to go into treatment, but they won't be able to make that call because the Associate Minister, someone with no medical training, reached into Alberta Health Services and personally cancelled the program. We know this minister has a personal prejudice against supervised consumption services and has always pretended this is driven by community concerns. But when Alberta Health Services developed an innovative program that had zero community impact, he still cancelled it. He claimed it was for safety reasons. But for whose safety? Certainly not the Albertans who is overdosing in their home with no help on the way. Certainly not the health professionals who developed this program, and certainly not the community that will lose a neighbour, a friend, and a family member. The minister tried to change the channel by announcing an expansion of another program, but later in the day, his own office admitted it wasn't an expansion at all, just a re-announcement of an existing government program. It's a shameful attempt to distract from his refusal to save Albertans' lives. I hope that one day we can help this government see Albertans who use substances are human beings whose lives are worth saving. This minister can take an important step towards that today by getting out of the way and restoring Alberta's virtual supervised consumption program.
The Honourable Member for Calgary North has a statement to make.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to talk about last week's terrible hailstorm that affected those in Calgary and surrounding areas. My thoughts are with all those who suffered massive property damage from this storm. The storm came in quickly and unexpectedly. Many Calgarians found significant damage to their homes, cars, and property in the aftermath of the storm. In the days following the storm, many of my colleagues here at the legislature and I, including the Premier, were out in our communities talking with our constituents and seeing the damage firsthand. Calgarians were already facing difficult circumstances due to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, recession, and crash in oil prices. It really has been one thing after another, Mr. Speaker. Now to be hit with the financial cost of fixing property damage, it is heartbreaking to say the least. I know many of my colleagues are working hard to help our constituents through this very difficult time. A strong community spirit will help us get through anything that comes our way. Calgary has that spirit. It always has. Mr. Speaker, I am really concerned for the people who have been affected by this. My heart goes out to everyone impacted by the storm. I will do whatever I can to help Albertans navigate any red tape. I know many people may be wondering how to proceed. I would like to remind Calgarians to please reach out to their MLAs, myself included, to your insurer, or to the Insurance Bureau of Canada if you need help navigating through the claims process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Fish Creek is rising.
Mr. Speaker, the first week of July usually sees tens of thousands of visitors from around the world flocking to Calgary in anticipation of our world-famous fun and hospitality. Cowboy hats, boots, and buckles are worn by just about everyone, and the grandstands are packed to the brim with fans ready to catch the courageous and heart-stopping action of our professional cowboys and cowgirls. And, Mr. Speaker, that's no bull. The Calgary Stampede is the greatest outdoor show on earth, and it's no wonder that we have a time-worn global reputation topped by our iconic white Smith-built hat. Between citywide pancake offerings, midway games, hair-raising rides, and heritage exhibitions, and our predisposition for just about everything deep-fried, a good time is had by all. I, as most Albertans, was devastated by the announcement that the 2020 Calgary Stampede was cancelled due to COVID-19. We survived hell and high water, but this decision was one of the toughest in the Stampede's long history, but focused on ensuring the health and safety of Albertans and our cherished global visitors alike. And what about our beloved parade, of which I have missed only one in my entire life? But today, let's talk about fillies, not filibusters. So before we hang up our cowboy hats for another year, let's be clear that the tenacity of Albertans will always shine through, and that you might be able to cancel the Stampede, but you can't take away the Stampede spirit. Families will be hosting their own pancake breakfasts and barbecues across the province. Country music will be blasting from speakers as old friends and family gather, distancing, of course, right in our own backyards. Celebrating our heritage, our roots, and what makes Calgary and Alberta such a special place, and the best place in the world to raise a family and build a life of hope, optimism, and ambition. Fellow cowpokes, the spirit of Stampede will live on as we tip our hats to the leaders, staff, and thousands of volunteers that make it happen every year, every decade, year after year, decade after decade. And Mr. Speaker, as our friends at the Calgary Stampede have reminded us, next year we will indeed be back in the saddle again.
I am not sure if it's a yeehaw or a yahoo that's in order here. My apologies. The Honourable member for Edmonton McClung is rising with the statement.
Mr. Speaker, the onslaught of COVID-19 has exposed serious risk management flaws in Alberta's meatpacking and processing industry. Albertans are rightfully asking questions and demanding answers about the future of meat in the province. Last week, the Minister of Health admitted that he failed to properly manage the COVID-19 outbreaks at Alberta packing plants. The NTP opposition has called for a full investigation into why over 1,500 workers got infected and 3 people died as a result. How many of these infections and maybe even the deaths might have been prevented had the UCP government respectfully engaged with the UFCW right from the onset? Albertans want answers to many other questions surrounding meat production and sale in the province. Concentration of processing capacity in 2 very large processing plants is a risk to our supply chain. Is there a better balance to be found by promoting medium and smaller packing houses in the province? Would that not leave more money in the pockets of Alberta producers? What about local food security? Why not explore ways to remove impediments to farm gate sales? Could we not have Alberta meat inspectors adapt to serve small on-farm producers so they could sell directly into the Alberta meat market? COVID-19 has got Albertans talking about Alberta meat production, local food security, and sustainable incomes for our primary producers. I call upon the UCP government to hold a major public inquiry into meatpacking and processing to get the answers Albertans deserve. The long-term viability of this hugely important industry is at stake.
The honourable member for Central Peace Notley has a statement to make.
We have been dealing with the COVID pandemic for 3 months now. It has been a tumultuous time for Albertans, both in their personal lives and economically. What we do know is that the economic effects are not over. Having been involved in the tourism industry for the last 27 years, this spring is the first spring in those 27 years my family's company has not had clients. Of course, we're not the only ones. Many other tour operators and companies that rely on tourists have been devastated. With the border shut down and self-isolation rules, there has been no tourists able to come into Alberta from outside Canada, which is a huge part of our tourism economy. Our national parks have been deserted, our rural areas have empty hotels, our tour guides are unemployed, and our stores are shuttered. Many of these businesses have had zero income this year. Tourism adds about $10 billion into the Alberta economy and employs about 80,000 people. It is important not just for the national parks, but all parts of the province have something to see and enjoy for people from all over the world. We have local arts and entertainment people and those coming from around the world that are shut down, and that also hurts our tourism opportunities. We campaigned on doubling tourism income in Alberta by 2030. That could be upwards of $20 billion. Tourists that come in from outside Alberta bring new money into our economy. We need to work with our federal leaders to ensure a safe and prudent return to having out-of-country visitors return to our beautiful province. Very few tourists are able to visit our great province for 14 days. Most tourists visit for 3 to 7 days. Therefore, our province needs to work with our health professionals to ensure that visitors that enter are healthy and won't be arbitrarily subjected to a 14-day quarantine or self-isolation. With our testing abilities, we should be able to ascertain the health of individuals as they enter, limiting the amount of time in isolation. If nothing changes, many tourism businesses will have zero income for the entire year. Albertans are eager to have their lives return as close to normal as possible while still protecting our most vulnerable. We know that in consultation with our health professionals, we can continue that return to normalcy in a safe and efficient way.
The honourable member for Edmonton Gold Bar.
Clean up after yourself. Every child and parent knows the command. We all learn that we are responsible for our own actions. It's part of life. The federal government gave the provincial government $1 billion to address well liabilities and get Albertans back to work. This is a sensible idea, but both governments have failed to put proper guardrails around the program to ensure that the funds are used in the best way possible. For decades, the oil and gas industry did very well in this province, helping make Alberta one of the best places in the world to live. And they did so on the understanding that they would pay the cleanup costs when they finished pumping public resources from the ground. Now, with the end coming soon for many conventional oil and gas wells, we should protect this agreement as much as we can. Thousands of landowners have already been cheated out of their surface lease payments. Local governments are owed millions of dollars in taxes from oil and gas companies that might never get paid. It's not right. And I've heard from many Albertans and landowners that the taxpayer-sponsored industry cleanup needs to have some strict guardrails in place to make sure the money does what it's supposed to do. First, landowners should be paid their surface rights and municipalities their unpaid taxes. Second, companies benefiting from the program should be selected on need or where Albertans see the most benefit. That means that oil and gas companies that benefit from the program should also contribute to the program as much as they can, so it's not just a handout. And third, cleanup of sites must be selected based on environmental need. After all, money spent on environmental cleanup should actually clean up the environment. These three proposals help improve the program. If we help clean up the messes left by others, they should at the very least make sure that the money goes to where it belongs. Every kid and parent would agree.
The honourable member for Calgary Currie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since 2015, there has been a giant sucking sound coming from Alberta. It is the sound of investment being sucked away from our energy sector and then being reinvested in other oil and gas producing nations like Russia, Saudi Arabia, and Venezuela. This means Calgary, Canada, and the world is moving backwards, not only because more investment here helps pay for things like roads, schools, hospitals, and social programs, but if investors aren't investing here, then those same dollars go to jurisdictions that do nothing to fight climate change, nothing to support human rights, and of course these are corrupt countries with dictators and people who are truly suffering. So why would an investor choose dictators over us? Many global investors are using environmental, social, and governance, or ESG standards to guide their investment decisions. Because of years of misinformation about our oil sands supported by the NDP, these investors can't see the truth. Alberta and Canada are global leaders in ESG standards. Environmentally, we've done amazing work and lowered our GHG emissions, and we reinvest profits into clean technologies, and then we send those technologies around the world, which is real climate action. Also, did you know that in 2006, Alberta became the first jurisdiction in North America to institute a carbon price? Mr. Speaker, through you to the world, if you prevent one barrel of oil from being produced here, that barrel of oil will still get produced. However, instead of coming from our ethical production, that same barrel will come floating down the St. Lawrence River in a rusty old oil tanker shipped in likely by some other country with lower ESG standards. So Russia gets all the profits, we get all the losses. So quickly, to sum it all up, for the sake of global climate change, for the sake of our fight against corruption, the world needs more Alberta and Canada energy.
Seems to me the whole world could hear you this afternoon. The honourable member for Calgary East has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The last couple of months have presented tremendous challenge for our province. Albertans had already faced years of economic downturn, low oil prices, and a previous government with a broken system that was driven away thousands of jobs and huge amount of investments. We have managed to get the economy started and running, while at the same time repeal the provincial carbon tax, invested in capital projects, education, and healthcare, as well as reducing red tape. When Alberta was hit with the triple threat of COVID-19 pandemic, economic shutdown, and a total collapse of oil prices, our government was ready. This was one of the greatest obstacles that we have faced since the Great Depression in the 1930s. But the Albertan spirit of strength and resilience helped us get through this while having one of the lowest infection rates in the nation and a far less economically destructive lockdown than many other jurisdictions in North America. As the pandemic begins to recede, we must begin to think about the future. Whether you are a retiree whose investment portfolio has gone down the drain, a small business owner who isn't sure about whether they will still be open in a month, or a student who no longer has a job lined up for summer, our government will support you. We recognize the pain and suffering that many Albertans are facing at this time, and I want to ensure Calgary's constituents that we will work tirelessly to fight for jobs, reinvigorate the economy, and get our province back on track through our relaunch plan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Grand Prairie.
Speaker, it's a privilege to rise in the House today to talk about an inspiring Albertan, natural leader, and my personal friend from the great constituency of Grand Prairie, Tennille Towns. Let me tell you about Tennille's big heart. When she was just 15 years old, she heard about a group of young people from her school that didn't have a safe home and family like she did, and she decided to do something about it, Mr. Speaker. So over 10 years ago, she started Big Hearts for Big Kids, an interactive evening of singer-songwriter performances designed to raise money for the Sunrise House, the northernmost youth emergency shelter in the province of Alberta. On the night of the very first Big Hearts for Big Kids, the shelter had actually just shut down due to lack of funds, and the fundraiser that night paved the way for it to continue. Today, Big Hearts for Big Kids is an annual tradition in Grand Prairie and has raised over $1.95 million in support of the work of Sunrise House. Since the first event, the shelter has served over 12,000 bed nights for young people aged 12 to 17, providing a safe place for those youth to get back on their feet. Due to COVID-19, this year's event will be a little different, as it will be a virtual event broadcast from the famous Ryman Auditorium in Nashville, Tennessee. This landmark is the original home of the Grand Ole Opry and is known to locals as the Mother Church of Country Music. The event is being held on June 30th and will include music from Town's new album, The Lemonade Stand. I encourage all Albertans to tune in on YouTube, Facebook, or Instagram and click to donate to this worthy cause. Donations can be made at www.bigheartsforbigkids.com. Mr. Speaker, this event, all it represents, and the innovative delivery in the time of COVID truly exemplifies the power of Alberta's civil society. I want to thank Tennille Towns for being an inspiring example of generosity and a tremendous ambassador for the City of Grand Prairie and the great province of Alberta. And I encourage everyone to check out Big Hearts for Big Kids this June 30th. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Notices of motions.
The Honourable Government Health Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to give oral notice of Bill 28, the Vital Statistics Protecting Albertans from Convicted Sex Offenders Amendment Act 2020, sponsored by my colleague, the Honourable the Minister of Service Alberta, as well as oral notice for Bill 29, Local Authorities Election Amendment Act 2020, sponsored by my colleague, the Honourable the Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Honourable Member the time is now 1:50, and it is time for oral question period. And the Honourable, the member for Edmonton Millwoods has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With restrictions being lifted, more Albertans have been going back to work and cases are going up. While not unexpected, this is concerning. If we're going to properly prevent a second wave of COVID-19 devastating the economy, workers must feel confident and financially able to self-isolate when they are sick and required to quarantine. We need paid sick leave, and we need it now. Will the Premier present a plan to ensure that all working Albertans have access to paid sick leave, at least during the remainder of this pandemic?
The Premier.
Thank the honourable member for the question, Mr. Speaker. As she knows, Alberta has taken more action to protect people from the financial impact of this global downturn in the pandemic, with some $14 billion of protection for workers, families, and job creators. We await further information from the Government of Canada on their intentions with respect to paid work leave. They have expressed an intention in principle to fund provincial efforts in this respect, and I'll be speaking to the Prime Minister about this tomorrow afternoon.
For Edmonton Millwoods.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As all Albertans know, following the direction of the Chief Medical Officer of Health to stay home when sick is critically important. In Edmonton this weekend alone, 5 restaurants were forced to close because they had staff who either tested positive or were directly exposed. These workers came off the CERB benefit, went back onto their hourly wages, only to go right back to mandatory self-isolation for 14 days. This financial stress is going to force people to hide their symptoms in order to pay the rent. Will the Premier bring in paid sick leave? Yes or no?
Honourable, the Premier.
Well, first of all, I'll remind the honourable member that this government acted immediately at the outset of the pandemic with changes to the labour code to protect workers who had to stay home because of the illness. We also introduced the emergency isolation payments, which totaled over $110 million. We were, I think, one of only 3 provinces to offer that support so that people who felt sick could stay home. And thirdly, we are working with the Government of Canada on a potential package for paid sick leave, and I look forward again to hopefully finalization of those negotiations as early as this week.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on May 27th, the Premier said his Labour Minister was working on it, yet what we've actually had happen over the last month is just a repetition of the same talking points. They're waiting for details, they're working with Ottawa, they think people should stay home if they're sick. That's the problem. People can't afford to, and the supports that this government granted at the start of the pandemic aren't there for people now. Will you support paid sick leave, yes or no?
The Honourable, the Premier has the call.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, we have had constructive conversations with the national government that has been offering compensation to provinces. We, like every single province, all 10 of them, are waiting for the finalization of those details. And that's very important, Mr. Speaker, just as was the amendments we made to the Labour Code early in the pandemic, the emergency isolation payments, and the $14 billion of support that we've given to Albertans and job creators throughout this crisis.
Member for Edmonton Millwoods for the second set of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nearly 15 years ago, a group of Albertans were tasked with looking at an Alberta pension plan at the request of Premier Klein. That committee noted the big problem of Alberta assuming its share of unfunded liabilities from the Canada Pension Plan. It was $60 billion back then, Mr. Speaker. Fast forward, and this Premier's Fair Deal panel neglected to tell Albertans that the Finance Ministry's expert analysis already showed that the unfunded liabilities now amount to a staggering $133.1 billion. To the Premier, why won't you acknowledge there is a massive financial risk to Albertans if you pull us out of the Canada Pension Plan?
Honourable, the Premier.
Regrettably, the NDP is once more emphasizing their economic illiteracy. I would point them to the comments made by one of the most prominent economists in Alberta, Professor Toom, who yesterday said, quotes, I'll be blunt here, there's no such thing as a $133 billion unfunded liability the way some, the NDP, are currently claiming. It's just silly. An Alberta pension plan is a debatable proposition. We agree. There are points in favor, points against. Let's debate those points sensibly. That's exactly what this government intends to do, and ultimately to allow Albertans, and not the NDP, to have the final say.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Mr. Mr. Speaker, I would hope that this Premier would be an expert in how Alberta budgeting works. And here in Alberta, we have consolidated budgets. If we pull out of the CPP, $133.1 billion liability will sit on our province's balance sheet, while the Premier creates his pension plan, a plan where he will decide the contribution rates, he will dictate where the money is invested, he will determine the value of the pension payouts. Albertans do not want this Premier's hands anywhere near their CPP, and the polling shows it. To the Premier, why are you dead set on an agenda that assumes this liability while the vast majority of Albertans are opposed?
The Honourable the Premier.
So we can see what is taking shape here, Mr. Speaker. It's another effort by the NDP to mislead Albertans with profoundly deceptive fake facts. And as Professor Toom points out, that notional liability would only exist if no one pays a dime in premiums in the future. But, Mr. Speaker, here's the deal. What they think is this, that Quebecers are smart enough to manage their own pension, that Mr. Trudeau is smart enough to manage it on Bay Street, but that we Albertans aren't smart enough to manage our own pensions right here in Edmonton. I think Albertans fundamentally disagree. We have a lot more confidence in the financial capacity of Alberta.
The Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, if the Premier is so confident of his facts, why does he refuse to share them with Albertans? Huge unfunded liabilities moved to our provincial books, no guarantees for Albertans on their retirement security, leaving investment decisions up to the whims of the Premier. Albertans can smell a bad deal a mile away. To the Premier, why are you not sharing details with Albertans? Why did you not provide this information through the fair deal process? And why wouldn't you tell people about the Finance Department being convinced we can't even do this without the approval of other provinces?
The Honourable the Premier.
First of all, Mr. Speaker, we trust Albertans so much that we are going to provide them with an exhaustive study on the cost, benefits, and structure of a potential pension plan, and to entrust them with the final decision. Secondly, none of these investments would be made at the whim of this or any other Premier, but independently, much like is done by the Caisse de dépôt of Quebec and by the CPP Investment Board. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, the notion that this is going to cost Albertans is absurd. We have the youngest population in the country. If Albertans decide to go in this direction, it will mean either higher pension benefits on lower taxes or both.
Member for Edmonton Meadows is rising.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Alberta, Canada, and the entire world are beginning to address issues of racism and oppression head-on. Yet, what we saw in this House yesterday was outrageous. After 3 opportunities to condemn comments made by their own appointee, someone promotes anti-Semitic conspiracies who refer to Black Lives Matter as having an evil agenda. The Premier refused today. He has another chance. Premier, will you condemn the anti-Semitic racist comments made by the Jewish supporter, Jews selected to oversee the appointment of Alberta judges?
The Honourable the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I did not refuse to do so. That member sat in this place last Thursday afternoon when I spoke for over half an hour condemning racism, specifically the pernicious nature of anti-black racism. Why are they heckling this, Mr. Speaker? I also specifically condemned the long unjust history of anti-Indigenous racism, and I'm pleased to say I have a lifetime track record of fighting anti-Semitism, a uniquely pernicious and durable form of hatred. The posts made by that individual were deeply offensive. He resigned from that board, and his resignation was accepted. End of story.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Meadows.
Mr. Speaker, systemic racism exists in our law enforcement and our justice system. Yet, this man said there was no need to promote more women or minorities to the bench, and he then spouted anti-Semitic conspiracy theories and made false comments about Black Lives Matter. Once they became public, the Justice Minister characterized these views as, quote, diverse, and suggested they actually make Alberta stronger. Are you kidding me? Premier, will you clarify that these views do not make Alberta stronger? Will you direct your Attorney General to apologize?
The Honourable the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, pro tip to members of the opposition. They should be prepared to respond to the actual answers and not just read canned questions, because apparently the member opposite cannot take yes for an answer. This individual made offensive posts online following his appointment. He resigned. His resignation was accepted. End of story. Let's work together in voting for motion 24 to, as representatives of the people of Alberta, jointly condemn the evil of racism and anti-Semitism.
The honourable member for Edmonton Meadows.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fighting racism means calling it out, facing our own mistakes and promising to do better. Premier, there were several qualified women and members of racialized minorities who were shown the door from this committee before their terms were up to create space for Leighton Grey. Premier, will you admit you made a mistake and reappoint one of these qualified people? Or, at the very least, direct your minister have an open competition rather than appointing another friend or insider?
The Honourable the Premier.
I think the member opposite is asking us to reappoint the NDP donors and fundraisers to the committee. Their concept of an open competition was whoever contributed more to the NDP got nominated. Then they attacked an Indigenous lawyer for his appointment. That person made offensive comments. He's no longer on the board. These are all highly capable, respected people, Mr. Speaker, and judicial. I don't know why they're complaining, Mr. Speaker. 5 of our first judicial appointments to the Provincial Court of Canada were highly qualified Alberta female lawyers, and we're proud of them and the good job that they're going to do on the court.
The honourable member for Lethbridge West.
Yesterday, when my Calgary colleague asked about relief for devastation caused by a hailstorm in the Northeast, the Premier said he wasn't going to cover the losses of Toronto insurance companies. But that doesn't add up. The Premier actually loves padding the balance sheets of big insurance. He allowed car insurance companies to raise people's rates by more than 5%, meaning some families are paying $600 more a year. He hasn't helped people's pocketbooks. So to the Premier, we are told insurance companies are now fleecing people in Northeast Calgary. Can he put in a word on their behalf? Don't the insurance companies owe him one?
The Honourable the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I think there may have been an implication of impropriety in that question. Secondly, we have said that the insurance companies have a legal and moral obligation to fully respect their policies with premium holders. The damage done in Northeast Calgary was terrible. I saw it firsthand and met multiple occasions with the MLAs from government MLAs from Northeast Calgary. I've spoken to the mayor and councillors. We're working closely with the municipality, and unlike the NDP, we don't think that taxpayers should be forced to bail out the insurance companies who have an obligation to make good on those policies.
Member for Lethbridge West.
Mr. Speaker, the Premier cozies up to the insurance industry when it serves them and then shies away from them when it comes to people in Northeast Calgary or families' pocketbooks during a pandemic. Now, we've found the Insurance Bureau of Canada has a 97% car insurance market share in Alberta. IBC's hotshot lobbyist is the Premier's good friend and campaign runner, Nick Kohlsbergen. Government's own documents show IBC members generated $671 million in car insurance profits last year. Will the Premier call his good friend and big man on the insurance front, ask him to cut the residents of Northeast Calgary a break? How about drivers during the pandemic?
The Honourable the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, once again, and I've said in this place and outside of it several times, we fully expect and insist that the insurance companies make good on their policies with Northeast Calgary residents affected by the hailstorms. But what we will not do, unlike the NDP, Mr. Speaker, is to take hundreds of millions of dollars from hardworking taxpayers and write checks that effectively let the insurance companies off the hook. That's called a moral hazard for a reason, Mr. Speaker, and we, unlike the NDP, will not bail out big insurance.
The Honourable Member.
When my colleague from Edmonton West Henday called on the UCP to reinstate a cap on people's car insurance, the Premier actually got up and gloated that he saved $200 on his insurance. Families didn't get that during the pandemic, but he did. Why did the Premier brag about his car insurance break, but the residents of Northeast Calgary, whose parked cars were battered by record hailstorm, don't get anything? Even when we know those companies made nearly $700 million in profits last year alone?
The Honourable the Premier.
Well, you know, the member is using the privilege of this place now to basically accuse Canadian companies of criminal acts. She's saying that they are not paying out any premiums on cars in Calgary. Mr. Speaker, Would she care to repeat that outside the House? Would she like to name specific companies? Would she like to open herself up for defamation with the kind of defamatory comments that she is making? Mr. Speaker, my point was simply this, that during the pandemic, insurance companies, I understand, did voluntarily offer a break on premiums to people who had reduced their driving. Boy, she's angry about this, Mr. Speaker. She keeps heckling. Once again, Team Angry, they've got it wrong.
The honourable member for Calgary-Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the angry NDP were screaming at the top of their lungs. They claimed that a prospective Alberta pension plan would create a $133 billion unfunded liability for Alberta taxpayers. Unfortunately for the NDP, they were wrong, simply and absolutely incorrect. Given that the U of C economist Trevor Toombs set the record straight, saying, quote, "It isn't an unfunded liability in any sense that matters to the Minister of Finance," can you explain to the House what Dr. Toombs might mean by this and why the NDP were so very wrong?
The Honourable the Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I must confess I was pleased with the NDP's specious line of questioning yesterday because once again it highlighted their complete economic illiteracy. They took a number that would be based on Albertans never paying another dime in premiums forever and called that an unfunded liability, which would exist today in Alberta's portion of the Canada Pension Plan as managed by Justin Trudeau's friends on Bay Street. Now, Mr. Speaker, that is so grossly misleading that one of the top economists in the province have called them out and said that their allegations are silly and unfounded.
Curry.
Mr. Speaker, given that the NDP were further embarrassed by the Edmonton Journal headline this morning saying about the NDP claim, quote, "Economist says the numbers should not be taken seriously," and given that this NDP claim would require an absurd situation where no one in the province makes a pension payment for a period of 150 years to the minister for the benefit of the opposition, can you explain why a prospective Alberta pension plan would not expose Albertans to any additional liability?
The Honourable the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, really what we heard from the NDP on this yesterday was just the first installment in a long-term campaign to deceive Albertans about their pensions. And this is the crew that that uses the politics of fear and smear. They always have, but there's very little lower than to scare people about their pension savings, Mr. Speaker. Now, I know that the NDP supports Justin Trudeau's increase in the pension tax, and the NDP thinks that Bay Street knows better how to invest our money than Alberta does, but Mr. Speaker, Albertans will decide in a referendum.
Calgary-Curry.
Mr. Speaker, to reiterate earlier comments, Dr. Toombs also said, quote, "I'll be pretty blunt here, there's no such thing as a $133 billion unfunded liability the way some are currently claiming. It's just silly. The APP is a debatable proposition, points in favor, points against. Let's debate these points sensibly. Rather than listening to misleading partisan attacks, can the Minister of Finance tell this House about the rigorous work that will be done to explore the Fair Deal Panel's recommendation on an Alberta pension plan?"
The Honourable the Minister of Finance and President of Treasury Board.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the member for the question. As has been noted, my department will do a deep dive and undertake a thorough analysis to ensure that Albertans understand clearly the opportunities and the risks of moving to an Alberta pension plan. And should a recommendation be made to proceed, the Premier's been clear that we will take this to Albertans in the form of a referendum. And Mr. Speaker, I take very seriously the health of the funds Albertans are counting upon for their retirement. We'll do our homework on this policy proposal, and I would encourage members on the opposite to do the same rather than rushing to announce half-baked conspiracy.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton City Centre has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, through the second half of 2019, wait times for diagnostic imaging soared because the health minister failed to renew the funding that our government put in place for CT scans and MRIs. Even before the pandemic, Albertans were facing wait times of more than a year to find out if they had a brain tumor. In February, the minister said he'd asked AHS to come up with a plan. Now it's June. The economy is reopening. Surgeries are being scheduled. Where is the minister's plan to fix the wait times that are spiking so dangerously on his watch?
The Honourable the Minister of Health.
Speaker, the action plan that we implemented in 2019 for diagnostic imaging is still going to be proceeding, as is the Alberta Surgical Initiative. And now that we are relaunching and going into relaunch, we're about 70% of our surgical capacity right now. We're going to be at 100% over the summer, Mr. Speaker, and to be able to address the wait times as well. The 70,000 Albertans that are on a waiting list when the NDP left government, we're going to deal with those folks who are on a waiting list as well as those who had to have their surgeries postponed during COVID, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton City Centre.
Given, Mr. Speaker, however many people were on the list when that minister stepped in, it grew massively after. And given that on June 11th, the minister wrote to Dr. Elaine Ferries, quote, "I too am deeply concerned with high wait times for these exams. I've requested issues related to long wait times for MRI, CT scan exams to be addressed as a priority." And given that the minister has sat on his hands for months, promised plans that apparently still don't exist, does the minister's deep concern include understanding that he is actually putting Albertans' lives at risk if he fails to act?
The Honourable the Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, sitting on my hands for 4 months dealing with a global pandemic, where we work with our frontline workers to be able to get 2,250 beds dedicated to COVID, to deal with the surge that we were expecting in an elevated case, Mr. Speaker, which was the responsible thing to do, Mr. Speaker. We also found, I think it was 325 beds for ICU beds with ventilator, as well as an additional, I can't remember how many it was for ICU beds without a ventilator, Mr. Speaker, because we were going to be taking care of Albertans in an elevated situation. We were prepared, Mr. Speaker, by working with our front line.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given the minister found time to fight with doctors and impose a new physician funding framework and charge ahead with his plans to privatize lab services, and given that this minister has admitted that Alberta has the equipment and the personnel to process more scans, but given this minister still cut $46 million out of diagnostics in the most recent health budget, and given the minister is happy to divert tax dollars from pandemic relief to pay salaries of his political party staff, will this minister commit to at least restoring all of the money they cut from diagnostics in their budget 2020 in order to reduce his dangerous wait times?
The Honourable Minister.
Totally incorrect, Mr. Speaker. And listen, we are dealing with the wait times for our MRI and CT scans, wait times that went up every year that the NDP was in government, and they ignored the problem until their last year, Mr. Speaker. We're dealing with it systemically, Mr. Speaker, by dealing with those wait times, as well as our Alberta Surgical Initiative, which is going to be on steroids after our surgical capacity is going to be getting up to 100%, because we are dealing with these wait times. We're making patients the center of the system, as opposed to the NDP, which did not have patients' best interests and have them at the center of the system.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Northwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On one hand, Albertans have watched job losses from the government's drastic cuts rack up. On the other, the minister has announced that the government will pay the management consulting firm McKinsey & Co. almost $4 million to deliver a plan for a system renewal for a future economy. These are the words of Carolyn Sale, Associate Professor at the University of Alberta. To the Minister, 2030, you are not even doing anything to help students and staff right now. You can't plan for the future while you are hamstringing the present, unless your plan for the future is a hollowed out shell where a college used to be.
Advanced education.
We are doing plenty to help ensure that we set our students up for success. We're investing in organizations like Careers Next Generation and Women Building Futures to help ensure that students have additional opportunities when it comes to post-secondary education as well. We've created new scholarships, and we're introducing a new performance-based funding model to ensure that our students have the skills that they need to function in a modern economy. On top of that, Mr. Speaker, we are still focused on the future. We are still building a plan for Alberta 2030 to make sure that we develop a proactive plan to achieve results.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Northwest.
Well, given that, as Professor Sale points out, this government chose to give away a $4.7 billion tax break to big corporations when they took businesses and create jobs outside of Alberta, and given that this government has not supported students in finding jobs through programs like STEP, can the minister explain how he plans on creating job-ready students while his government focuses on paying off wealthy friends and driving away job creators from our province?
The Honourable Minister of Advanced Education. education.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and for the question. I'd be very happy to address how we're going to help ensure that we set our students up for success. One of the things that we'll be doing as part of our new performance-based funding model will be relying heavily on work-integrated learning and working with our institutions to ensure that they are expanding work-integrated learning opportunities for our students. We know that the evidence is quite detailed that when students have the opportunity to participate in work-integrated learning opportunities, they have faster transitions to the workplace, they generally have higher income. Mr. Speaker, that's just one example. There's much more.
Honourable member.
Well, Mr. Speaker, given that the government cannot cut its way to a prosperous future, and given that performance-based funding is another way by which to cut the budgets of post-secondary institutions, given student schools like BAM Centre, Keano College, Olds College, and many others are facing an existential threat with the absence of immediate emergency money to keep the lights on at these institutions. Will the minister follow the example set by other provinces, reverse the cuts to the sector, and commit to investing in our colleges, polytechnics, and universities?
The Minister of Advanced Education.
Mr. Speaker, the Government of Alberta provides over $2 billion through the Campus Alberta grant to our post-secondary institutions. But at the same time, we're focused on ensuring that those funds are delivered in an efficient manner. Mr. Speaker, let's look at some comparisons. The University of Alberta receives almost $600 million in funding from the provincial government. The University of Toronto receives almost the exact same amount, $600 million, yet the latter has over 50,000 more students, Mr. Speaker. I am confident that with the resources that we have available, we can deliver a more efficient post-secondary system, and we will, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Leduc Beaumont has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During the election campaign, we committed to creating an Alberta parole board that would better hold criminals to account to protect public safety. Considering that there were cases of parolees breaking their parole for unspecified reasons, there is a need to end the revolving door for repeat offenders. Albertans are frustrated with this system that does not make them feel secure. Can the minister explain to this House how a provincial parole board will better serve Albertans?
The Minister of Justice and the Solicitor General.
Mr. Speaker, we've heard loud and clear from Albertans. They want more Alberta and less Ottawa in their justice system, Mr. Speaker. They're tired of a revolving door, Mr. Speaker. They're tired of Justin Trudeau's policies. They want people here from the province of Alberta to hold people accountable through our justice system, and that's exactly what an Alberta parole board will do, Mr. Speaker. We're looking for Albertans to sit on that board, Mr. Speaker, from a wide range of backgrounds to make sure that we have the right policies for Albertans.
Luke Beaumont has the call.
Mr. Speaker, given that the Parole Board of Canada will still maintain activities for federal inmates in Alberta and continue to appoint members to the federal parole board, some Albertans may question its usefulness. Given that most inmates do not serve a full sentence in jail and are often released early onto parole to be monitored in the community, it is important that citizens feel safe even when there is an early release. To the Minister, how will the Provincial Parole Board be different in scope as compared to the Federal Parole Board?
The Honourable the Minister of Justice, Solicitor General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. The Alberta Parole Board will handle sentences under 2 years, Mr. Speaker. This is where a lot of the frustration comes from the town halls. People that have offences, property crime, Mr. Speaker. It's these offences that are, offences that are currently considered by the criminal code as being kind of the smaller, lower penalty offences. By having an Alberta Parole Board, Mr. Speaker, we can listen to communities, make sure that we respond to those needs in Alberta, Mr. Speaker, and have common sense solutions done through the Alberta Parole Board. It's made in Alberta. That's the right way to go.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the Minister. Given my time with the Edmonton Police Service, there were times when I investigated federal parolees who were in clear violation of their parole, yet their parole was not revoked. Given that a lack of consequences embolden those who break the law and directly impact people's faith in our parole system, to the Minister, are issues like these going to be considered and fixed when implementing the new Provincial Parole Board?
The Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you again for that question from the member, and he raises valid concerns. Personnel is policy. We've heard our Premier say that, and I agree 100% with that, Mr. Speaker. We're looking for common sense Albertans to step up and be a part of this Alberta Parole Board and come up with common sense solutions, Mr. Speaker. That's why we're doing this. We need more Alberta and less Ottawa, Mr. Speaker. It's the right thing to do to hold people accountable. We've also, on this side of the aisle, we've come up with creative solutions like drug treatment courts, Mr. Speaker. The opposition opposes the expansion of drug treatment courts. They won't support the bill that will allow that, Mr. Speaker. Shame on them for that. We're looking for common sense solutions on this side, like the Alberta Parole Board.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverview.
In April, the Minister of Health promised essential service workers in continuing care facilities that they would get an immediate $2 an hour raise. 2 months later, and the workers at 85 of these locations haven't seen a dime. The minister has put a lot more energy into telling people this isn't his fault than into fixing his problem. But ultimately, he must be judged by his results. Minister, the public health emergency is over, and you still haven't gotten this emergency funding to essential workers. Will you accept responsibility for your failure?
The Honourable, the Minister of Health.
I'm very happy to answer this question, Mr. Speaker. As I said yesterday, that the reason for the delay for those workers in those sites is because of their union, the AUP. And I read with interest the message of one of their VPs, Mr. Speaker, which ended up admitting exactly what I said yesterday, which was that the AUP has filed grievances against the operators which block the payment to the healthcare aides. AUP seems to make it clear in the statement as well that it's a pressure tactic to try and get government to fund wage top-ups for other occupations. Whatever the reason is, Mr. Speaker, the AUP needs to stop blocking the payments to those healthcare aides.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverview.
And given care workers got their emergency pay increases in Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Quebec, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and Prince Edward Island, and given there are unions and employers in these provinces, why has the Minister of Health in Alberta failed to execute this simple plan while his counterparts across the country got the job done?
The Honourable the Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, there's a simple way for this to be resolved, and it's for a letter of understanding between the unions and the employers, and I expect the employers and the unions to sit down and get this done. But look, Mr. Speaker, it's time for the NDP to stop being apologists for the union bosses and start standing up for the workers. It's time for them to start standing up for the workers and demand, like we are, that these workers get the money that they deserve.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverview has the call.
The whole point of this funding is to protect seniors and improve their care. And given that 3/4 of Alberta's COVID-19 deaths have been seniors living in continuing care facilities, and given the minister's failure means seniors are still living in demoralized and unstaffed facilities, to the Minister of Health, are you content to stand in this assembly and point fingers when it's you who has failed to keep your promise by not protecting Alberta seniors during the pandemic, or are you, the minister, not responsible?
Seems as though the minister is excited. The Honourable Minister of Health.
That I am, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we promised these healthcare aides this payment. We're funding it. I expect the AUP to help make it happen, not to block it. I expect the powerful union bosses who are writing the questions for the honourable member to also get out of the way and get the payments into the bank accounts for those workers.
Order, order, order. The honourable member for Edmonton McClung has a question.
Quote, "It was a monster. It destroyed everything in its path." End quote. This is Matt Sawyer, a farmer in southern Alberta, describing the damage to his farm after historic hailstorms devastated the area last week. While the storm devastation left a path of destruction and left many farmers with a great deal of stress, insurance companies are slow to react, dithering, effectively delaying immediate financial assistance to these farmers. To the Minister of Agriculture, what are you doing to help Alberta farmers deal with the aftermath of the hailstorm, the worst one in 2 decades?
Honourable, the Minister of Agriculture and Forestry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as a farmer, I'm aware that hail does happen, and that's why farmers have crop insurance. It's something that it's one of our most successful business risk management programs that we do offer from AFSC. Something about 80–90% of farmers are enrolled in it, and they can also have additional hail insurance that a lot of farmers do have. So it is something, Mr. Speaker, that farmers do on a regular basis, year after year, make sure that they do have crop insurance to best manage their risks when it comes to hail.
Here. Honourable member for Edmonton McClung.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This isn't a regular basis hailstorm. Given that the devastating effects of this storm come after other recent hardships, including drought, railway blockades, and China's rejection of grain imports, and given that Alberta's growing season is already so short that farmers say that a setback this early in the season, quote, puts them back as if they'd seeded just yesterday, end quote, and given that the Premier has seen this storm as an opportunity for photo ops and has offered nothing in the way of support to people whose homes and vehicles were damaged, to the Minister, will you commit here and now that there are no stones left unturned in doing everything you can to help these farmers. And I mean everything, not just the regular.
The Honourable the Minister of Agriculture and Forestry.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we are doing everything possible, working with AFSC to make sure that farmers will get the support that they get from damaged crops. But, Mr. Speaker, the member just mentioned rail blockades. That's something that Bill 1, this government stood up for and defended our resources, our farmers that have to use our rail lines and critical infrastructure here in the province. And almost every single member of the opposition came up and opposed all that good hard work, defending our farmers to make sure they get their products to market. That's something on the government side, on this side of the House, we are going to stand up and defend farmers every day, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton-McClung.
We know which side we're on, Mr. Speaker. Given that insurance providers and underwriters globally are altering their actuarial calculation to manage risk associated with climate change, a foreign concept to many on the government side, and given that hailstorms are projected to increase in frequency and severity as a result of climate change, will the Minister confirm that the Agricultural Farm Service Corporation, or AFSC, fully incorporates climate change risk management into its suite of insurance products so that farmers can properly insure themselves against what they are now calling snowballs from hell?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Forestry.
Well, Mr. Speaker, farmers across Alberta know that last year was the harvest from hell. There was about $900 million of payments that went out through AFSC. They collect about $700 million in insurance premiums, and it is something from farmers, and that is something, Mr. Speaker, that we're constantly working with AFSC to make sure that insurance programs and business risk management programs that farmers can use are actually responsive and actually meet their demands so that they actually can compete around the world on a global stage and make sure that they can do what they do best, which is produce food for Albertans and people around the world.
The Honourable Member for Bonnyville, Cold Lake, St. Paul.
Thank you very much for getting that right, Mr. Speaker. After years of government inaction, it's encouraging that anglers in Alberta had the opportunity to take part in the recent fishing engagement that took place last winter. Concerned anglers from all over the province were able to interact with Environment and Park staff and share their view in person or online on the state of Alberta fisheries. While it seems the minister is listening and this is a step in the right direction, some of my constituents think the changes didn't go far enough. So to the Minister of Environment and Parks, what is next for Alberta fisheries?
The Honourable, the Minister of Environment and Parks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the Honourable Member for an excellent question. Mr. Speaker, he's correct. It didn't go far enough, but it went a long way, Mr. Speaker. The reality is to clean up the mess that the NDP made with fisheries in this province is going to take a couple seasons. We're excited with the movement that we made so far on this file. We'll continue to work with stakeholders across the province to be able to make those improvements in the seasons that are upcoming, Mr. Speaker. And I'm excited to tell you, Mr. Speaker, it's working. We've seen a 20% increase in angling licenses already this year, Mr. Speaker, which has a huge economic impact on our province in a positive way. And to the Honourable Member, we'll keep working with his constituents to get it right.
Honourable Member for Bonnyville, Cold Lake, St. Paul.
Thank you for that information, Minister. Given that we are heading in a positive direction with Alberta fisheries, and given that this government has committed to recognizing the economic and social benefits that fishing provides to local communities, and given that we must all do our part to keep our fisheries viable, to the same minister, will our government continue to invest in hatcheries such as the Cold Lake Fish Hatchery, as well as lake stocking programs?
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Parks.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, the answer to that question is yes. In fact, we have work on being undertaken right now on all 4 of our hatcheries across the province, including Cold Lake, Mr. Speaker. Angling contributes $600 million to Alberta's economy a year. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, for every dollar that we invest at the government, we get $20 in return when we invest inside our fisheries, Mr. Speaker. So we're going to continue to work with our friends over at Economic Development and Tourism, as well as those in Alberta Environment, to make sure that we're conserving our species, Mr. Speaker, while providing angling opportunities across the province.
Order. The Honourable Member for Edmonton-McClung will come to order because the Honourable Member for Bonnyville, Cold Lake, St. Paul has the call.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. That's certainly great to hear. Mr. Speaker, given that we are investing resources and capital into our hatcheries and fish stocking programs, and given that Winifred, Laklabish, and Moose Lake's cormorant populations remain unchecked and are a major threat to these programs because the average cormorant can eat over a pound of fish a day, and given that previous governments under authority of a private member's bill were able to manage this issue, to the same minister, can you tell me if similar steps will be enacted to protect these fisheries and the efforts to keep them viable?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The issue with Cormont is a significant issue in this province. It's been going on for decades. The honourable member is correct. In the past, it was managed through a private member's bill that passed inside this chamber. The NDP stopped using that process while they were in power. I've instructed the department to go through a process to evaluate the science, come back to us with a plan to be able to manage cormorant populations with the goal of being able to manage the overall fisheries issue in the province. I know this is a very big issue in the honourable member's riding. Through you, Mr. Speaker, to him, he can go back home and tell his constituents that help is on the way.
The member for Edmonton, Whitemud.
Earlier this year, the Minister of Children's Services ended the benefit contribution grant and the staff attraction incentive to childcare programs. At the time, the minister said, quote, she did not expect this to impact children and families. Well, Mr. Speaker, it wasn't true then and it isn't true now. The loss of these grants meant childcare centres had to choose whether to cut staff salaries, raise parent fees, or some combination of both. Then the pandemic hit. Childcare centres cannot be underappreciated or underfunded any longer. To the minister, will you commit to restore these grants now so that childcare centres can focus on staying open rather than choosing between their staff or their families?
The Honourable the Minister of Children's Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Access to high-quality, accessible and affordable childcare for those who need it is not only hugely important to our province at the best of times, but especially now as we relaunch our recovery, coming out of the COVID-19 pandemic. We have reinvested $18 million, which was what the sector asked for as COVID-specific response. We'll continue to listen to childcare centre operators on how we can reduce red tape and help them to serve Alberta kids and families.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Whitemud.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that sounds like a no, and given that COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted that childcare workers are in fact essential workers, and given that attracting and retaining early childhood educators is cited by stakeholders as the #1 biggest challenge for the recovery of the childcare sector, to the minister, will you commit to providing funding to recognize the additional work educators are doing now, provide an incentive for qualified educators to return to work, and to stabilize a demoralized and fragile workforce?
The Honourable Minister of Children's Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. What we know is that a high-quality workforce is the #1 key to ensuring high-quality childcare across Alberta. We know that other provinces recognize that as well, but Mr. Speaker, I am proud that we've maintained our wage top-ups and professional development funding for our early childhood educators to among the highest levels in the entire country. That is hugely important for us, Mr. Speaker, and we'll continue to invest in our frontline workers.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that the childcare sector saw up to 50% turnover and huge gaps in terms of quality, accessibility, and affordability before the pandemic, and given parents will be making difficult decisions about getting back to work when there are so many uncertainties about school reopening and childcare availability, and given the minister has not yet made a single move to attract people to work in childcare or incentivize them to stay in the field, to the minister, what are your plans to ensure childcare centres are open with qualified educators there to take care of our children when we need them?
Sir.
Mr. Speaker, I do want to comment that some of the instability in that sector came from a very poorly managed pilot project that was rolled out by the former government that chose winners and losers and did not respect parents across the province and listen to their needs. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to invest in our early childhood educators. They are hugely important to high-quality childcare, and will continue to support them through some of the most generous benefits across the entire country.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood.
Yesterday, the UCP defeated our amendment to Bill 15, the so-called Choice in Education Act. Our amendment would have stopped the streaming of students into vocation-based education as early as kindergarten. The minister didn't address this issue when we raised it last week and again yesterday, so we want to give her the chance to do so today. Minister, do you support streaming kids as early as kindergarten? And if so, why? And please show your work.
The Minister of Education.
This is an absolutely ludicrous statement. The member opposite knows very well, or should know, that charter schools are required to follow the same programs of studies as public, separate, and francophone schools. That means upon graduation, students attending vocation-based charter schools will complete the same core curriculum as all their colleagues attending other schools. This is clearly not streaming. Rather, it's an additional option for students to attend and improve in skills areas.
Highlands Norwood has the call.
Given that the research research shows it's so important that starting at a young age, a love of learning is sparked in our students and as teachers and as parents. We do this through encouraging kids' creativity and passions, not by pushing them into jobs. This isn't about opposing vocation-based education, but the beautiful thing is that we already offer so many incredible career programs from which students can choose at the secondary level. CTS, dual credit, RAP, to name a few. To the Minister, why are we adding vocation-based charter schools when Alberta is world-renowned for the programming that we currently offer?
The Honourable the Premier has risen.
Mr. Speaker, isn't it interesting to hear the Socialists once again come out against experiential learning, vocational education? Mr. Speaker, we believe in pluralism in the education system, parental choice, and many different options, including, of course, charter schools and vocational schools, because we believe, Mr. Speaker, that at the end of the day, a trade certificate has every bit as much value, merit, and worth as an academic university degree. When you look at the experience of the German system, the work experience that teenagers get helps to set them up for a successful life. That's something to be embraced and not discouraged.
Member.
Absolutely, and given that no one on this side is disputing the importance of vocation-based education, careers education, but we're talking about supporting choice in education within a strong, publicly funded system. And given that 93% of Alberta's parents choose public education for their kids, and this government's own survey shows that the choices currently available meet their needs, and we're hearing from parents that they choose public education that's well-funded, that supports students with special needs, an option that this government isn't currently offering. Why is this government pushing forward on something that the overwhelming majority of parents and stakeholders aren't asking for?
The Honourable the Premier.
Speaker, what kind of parallel universe does the NDP live in? The member just said that the government does not offer the choice of publicly funded education, but she just admitted that over 90% of students are in conventional public schools and public or separate schools, Mr. Speaker. But those schools are better. Their outcomes are superior because of choice and competition in the Alberta system. The choice and competition that the NDP has always been opposed to. Why? Because they're governed by one principle. They want a union monopoly on everything.
Honourable member for Fort Saskatchewan-Vegreville has a question.
Mr. Speaker, we are living in unprecedented times. COVID-19 has required people to stay in their homes under stressful conditions, with many individuals under increased stress at greater risk of family violence. To the Minister for the Status of Women, what help is available for individuals to access if they feel unsafe and want to move their family to safety at an alternate location but have a long-term lease?
Honourable Minister of Culture, Multiculturalism and the Status of Women.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the member for the question. The government recognizes that during the COVID-19 pandemic, there were people that were isolated and under extreme stress and greater risk of family violence. The Domestic Violence Leave Program allows for 10 days of unpaid leave for victims of domestic violence, and further to this, the Safer Spaces program as well, too, which allows victims of domestic violence to end their lease agreement early without financial penalty. There's intensive case managers available through women's shelters that can also support, and also the One Line, which has been a very, very successful piece of talks, text, and chat to be able to help out many families.
For Fort Saskatchewan-Vegreville.
Given that the additional stress of social isolation and social distancing has escalated many already serious family violence situations to a new level, and given that there are families dealing with sexual violence and not sure where to turn, can the Minister of Community and Social Services advise what help has the government put in place to assist survivors?
Honourable Minister of Community and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for that question. The Government of Alberta is committed to addressing and preventing gender-based violence. During COVID, we have dedicated an additional $5 million to ensure women and children can isolate safely and access supports that they need to heal. We also provide the Family Violence Info Line at 310-1818, available day or night in over 170 languages. The info line offers online chat support from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., and this enables people to seek help privately and safely, even if they are just a room away from their abuse.
The Honourable Member.
Given that Indigenous women and girls in Canada are already at a greater risk of violence, with Indigenous women making up 4% of Canada's female population, but 16% of all women murdered in Canada between 1980 and 2012, Can the Minister of Indigenous Relations advise the work that the Alberta Joint Working Group on Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls that was created in March of this year has been doing to formulate our province's action plan to this important topic?
I see the Honourable the Minister of Indigenous Relations.
The members of the Joint Working Group have already been busy giving feedback on ways to address issues of violence and the calls for justice. They're making recommendations on how to work with Indigenous communities, other governments, and the private sector to recommend specific actions to combat violence against Indigenous women and girls in ways that are culturally sensitive and take into account the unique conditions and experiences that Indigenous communities face, including issues relating to the justice system, racism, domestic violence, and health supports. We all have a role to play in ending all forms of violence against Indigenous women and girls and making Alberta a safer place.
The member for Calgary Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Alberta has had to overcome several major challenges in the last few months. The most devastating, of course, was the COVID-19 pandemic, which has ground most economic activity to a halt, forced thousands of businesses to close, and threw tens of thousands of Albertans out of work. My question is for the Minister of Finance. What steps is our government taking to help facilitate the economic recovery in our province?
The Honourable the Minister of Finance and the President of Treasury Board.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. When COVID-19 hit and the oil price crash, Mr. Speaker, the Alberta economy was sent for quite a loop. We immediately bolstered our healthcare system with an additional $500 million to protect Albertans' health and well-being. We also put in a number of supports for individuals and businesses, including the emergency isolation program, which again allowed Albertans who were feeling ill to self-isolate and thereby combat COVID. Mr. Speaker, we brought in a whole series of business supports that will position this province for recovery.
Calgary Cross has the call.
Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister. A perfect segue into the next question. Given that our province is also having to deal with a complete collapse of both demand as well as the price of oil and other energy products, and given that our energy sector plays such a crucial role in both our province and the entire nation's economy, how is our government ensuring that our oil and gas sector will stay afloat through these difficult times?
The Honourable the Minister of Finance, President of Treasury Board.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our goal as a government is to ensure that the critical energy sector and its capacity is maintained. Mr. Speaker, we really believe that it's going to be the energy industry that leads this province and the nation to economic recovery. We've provided a waiver to the Alberta Energy Regulator for levies for the industry. That's provided over $100 million, in fact, $113 million of relief. We've provided a $100 million provincial loan to the Orphan Well Association. And, Mr. Speaker, we're stepping up where the federal government failed. We're investing $1.5 billion in Keystone XL.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that the stock market has, to say the least, been volatile over the past few months, unemployment is at a record high, new jobs are scarce, and economic activity has fallen drastically. And given that many Albertan families are now struggling to pay their rent, their mortgages, and put food on their tables at the end of the month, can the Minister inform the House on what our government is doing to increase economic activity and reverse the damage that these crises have inflicted on this province in the past few months?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our ongoing financial support for Albertans and Alberta businesses is helping them get back on their feet. But more fundamentally, we're bringing in long-term solutions that will really help our economy recover. We're investing in infrastructure projects that put Albertans back to work, but more importantly, improve our competitiveness and productivity, will attract private sector investment and create jobs for Albertans. We're continuing our relentless push to make the most competitive business environment possible. We know, Mr. Speaker, that that's the ultimate recipe to attract investment, create job opportunities, and wealth for Albertans.
In 30 seconds or less, we will proceed to the introduction of bills.
Carrie Lynn, I'll be right up there. I'll see you in a second. I'll be right up there. Father, give us a benediction up there.
The Honourable the Minister of Justice, Solicitor General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to request leave to introduce Bill 26, the Constitutional Referendum Amendment Act 2020. If passed, the Constitutional Referendum Amendment Act would allow the government to seek Albertans' guidance on initiatives beyond constitutional matters. Referendums enhance democracy by consulting Albertans on issues of importance. As the Fair Deal panel recommended, Albertans want a real and direct say on laws and issues that affect them to best meet their current and future needs. This legislation will help us strengthen democracy and increase accountability, giving Albertans a louder voice and a direct impact on the actions of government. I ask that we move first reading of Bill 26, the Constitutional Referendum Amendment Act. Thank you.
The Honourable the Minister of Justice and Solicitor General has moved first reading of Bill 26, Constitutional Reform Amendment Act 2020. All those in favour of the motion for first reading, please say aye. Any opposed, please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered.
Bill 26, Constitutional Referendum Amendment Act 2020 is now read a first time.
The Honourable the Minister of Justice, Solicitor General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to request leave to introduce Bill 27, the Senate Election Amendment Act. This act would give the Minister of Municipal Affairs the same directive-making powers he has in municipal elections when a Senate election is held in conjunction with a municipal election. It also makes certain technical amendments, Mr. Speaker, to facilitate Senate elections here in the province of Alberta. I ask that we move first reading of Bill 27, the Senate Election Amendment Act.
The Honourable the Minister of Justice and Solicitor General has moved first reading of Bill 27, Alberta Senate Election Amendment Act 2020. All those in favour of the motion for first reading, please say aye. Any opposed, please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered.
Bill 27, Alberta Senate Election Amendment Act 2020 is now read a first time. Tabling, returns and reports.
Honourable members, are there any tablings today? Seeing none, the clerk.
Tablings to the clerk. I wish to advise the Assembly that the following document was deposited with the Office of the Clerk on behalf of Honourable Mr. Glubish, Minister of Service Alberta, pursuant to the Vital Statistics Act, Alberta Vital Statistics 2017 Annual Review.
Members, that concludes the daily routine, and as such, we are at orders of the day, orders du jour.
Under government motions, motion number 26, Honourable Mr. Nixon.
Honourable members, the government House Leader has the call.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move government motion 26, which is be it resolved that the Legislative Assembly grant leave pursuant to Standing Order 57-1B to the Select Special Public Health Act Review Committee to meet during the hours the Assembly is sitting. Mr. Speaker, I believe that this motion is paramount. I believe it's important for the Select Special Public Health Review Committee and the Select Special Democratic Accountability Committee, which we'll talk about shortly, be permitted to meet while the Assembly is sitting, Mr. Speaker. The reality is, because of the public health emergency that interrupted our intended sitting schedule this year, all members will now be in the provincial capital hanging out together for a good portion of July. Mr. Speaker, I'll point out, doing significantly more work than our friend, the Prime Minister, and his party inside the House of Commons, who still won't go back to full duty. Now, I want to be clear, Mr. Speaker, our intention will be to keep moving ahead with the important legislation of this government, Mr. Speaker. That is where we're going to go. And despite the fact that some members of the opposition may not want us to legislate, we will continue to legislate. However, we've been sitting in the afternoons already and in the late evenings and using mornings for travel on Mondays and other businesses, such as caucuses, of course, and other committees throughout the rest of the week. And for this reason, it's not enough to expect that these committees will be able to do the significant amount of work that we have put in front of them in the months ahead unless they begin to meet at the same time that the Assembly is sitting. I want to be clear, Mr. Speaker, this government was elected on a mandate to address the fundamental issues like those that will be dealt with on both of these select special committees. Our government has a very ambitious agenda for the remainder of this sitting and for the remainder of our mandate, and there is no good reason why the work of the Select Special Committee should not be started right away at the same time as we work on legislation inside the chamber. The majority of government members do not have the luxury of being based here in the capital region like the majority of the opposition. So when we travel here, it's because our constituents are sending us here to do work and to achieve results for them. And for the same reason, constituency breaks should not be spent traveling to and from the capital working on important work of the committee, Mr. Speaker. So with that, I do hope all members of the chamber will support this important motion so we can get our committees back to work.
Honourable members, pursuant to Standing Order 57-2, this is a not debatable motion. Having heard the motion as proposed by the Honourable Government House Leader, does the Assembly agree to the motion? If so, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered.
Government motion number 27, Honourable Mr. Nixon.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move Government Motion 27. Be it resolved that the Legislative Assembly grant leave pursuant to Standing Order 57-1B to the Select Special Democratic Accountability Committee to meet during the hours the Assembly is sitting. Mr. Speaker, I gave extensive remarks just a few seconds ago on the necessity of having both of these new select special committees be able to meet while the Chamber is sitting in this unprecedented summer sitting that we have in front of us. I do, however, want to add just a couple further thoughts on this in regards to other jurisdictions holding committees while the main chamber is meeting. For example, in the mother of all parliaments, the Mother Parliament, Mr. Speaker, who I know you are well familiar with, which is frankly, Mr. Speaker, what we are fundamentally modeled after. Members are expected to attend committees while the House is sitting inside London. But we can, in fact, look no further than the Federal House of Commons, where this kind of scheduling is standard, and members of Parliament are expected to manage House duty and to be present at committee to make the most of their days working in the nation's capital. I see no reason why we can't do the same here inside the Alberta Legislature, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly know I can speak on behalf of the Government Caucus. When we come to Edmonton, we come to Edmonton to work. And when we don't want to work, we can go back home for our days off. But when we're in Edmonton, our constituents sent us here to work, and we do hope the NDP supports that and is prepared to get to work on some of this important work that's in front of both of those committees.
Well, members, pursuant to Standing Order 57-2, this is a non-debatable motion. Having heard the motion as proposed by the Honourable Government House Leader, does the Assembly agree to the motion? Please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered.
Government bills for second reading. Bill 24, COVID-19 Pandemic Response Statutes Amendment Act 2020. Adjourned debate. Ms. Sweet.
Honourable members, debate for second reading of Bill 24, the COVID-19 Pandemic Response Statute Amendment Act 2020. Is there anyone wishing to add comments? I see. The Honourable Member for Edmonton South has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise today and speak to Bill 24, the COVID-19 Pandemic Response Statutes Amendment Act 2020. And I appreciate that the Minister of Health is introducing this piece of legislation in an omnibus format, and it affects very many bills here. And Mr. Speaker, I think that's something I believe it amends across 7 ministries and 15 acts, actually. So I think that in this current state of public health emergency, currently not in public health emergency, but in the nature of the global pandemic, wide-ranging changes are needed, and often some of these changes are housekeeping style or technical details that are just to be ironed out. So I appreciate that. While normally I would be fundamentally opposed to trying to amend such a large piece of number of legislation in one bill, I think that in this case it's a unique circumstance, and I think that that's something that's okay. I also understand that a number of the important extensions and existing responses that we had supported previously or proposed previously are now included in Bill 24 or extended in Bill 24, and I appreciate that as well. So I think that that's certainly a good step, and I think certainly Albertans will be pleased to see that we're able to continue some of these protections. I certainly think there's always going to be more protections that we can introduce, and I think certainly that Albertans, whether it's families, businesses, or any Albertan, is going to say that there is always more the government can and should be doing. And I think our opposition will continue to advocate on behalf of those constituents, on behalf of those Albertans, and on behalf of those stakeholders. However, I am concerned that on top of perhaps not going far enough, that this bill also does nothing to address some of the concerns that the government admitted and was widely criticized for around Bill 10. Because I think it's certainly interesting that when they gave themselves the excessive emergency powers and emergency powers that many in the public and in this legislature considered to be unnecessary and to be an attack on the democratic traditions that we hold dear in this place. I think it's disappointing that we're not seeing some of those changes rolled back with Bill 24. And we did see the government admit that some of those were not necessary and then they were going too far. But unfortunately, they haven't taken the opportunity, even with this omnibus bill, even when we're changing 15 pieces of legislation, addressing, I think it's 7 or 8 ministries, even we're doing all that, the government has not taken the opportunity to fix some of the problems they introduced just a few short months ago. So I mean, I think it's a little bit disappointing. I think I'm also disappointed and concerned perhaps around some of the things like delaying the government's annual report to August, because this government has, and just as recently as a few minutes ago here, Madam Speaker, welcome to the chair, Madam Speaker, as recently as a few minutes ago, the government has stood in this place and talked about how they can do many things at once, want to use this chamber and committees at the same time. They want to be able to come and govern and do the work of democracy and speak in this place, and they can do all these things, and it's so important that we continue to do that so that the MLAs get back to their constituencies and do constituency work. Yet the government then goes and says, we want to delay the annual report until August. And I don't think that's actually a very responsible piece of thing to do. I don't think that in this legislation that's very responsible. I don't think it's responsible for Albertans, because we're essentially saying that the government's financial position will be hidden from Albertans, from the public, for an additional 2 months, right? And to be bringing it forward in August when MLAs hopefully will be back in their constituencies and will be doing the work of the constituencies and trying to reach out to their communities, instead of actually looking and then having the deeper conversations about what's going on with the government, having the annual report. It's going to be passed and brought through in the summer, and when nobody will be in this place, when none of us will be in this chamber debating, and I think that's quite disappointing. I think it speaks to the government's history of trying to hide from Albertans. It speaks to the government's pattern of trying to misdirect from their record, and I think that's disappointing as well. So I think it's something that we're seeing in a piece of legislation that while it has some good pieces and is indeed extending some of the protections that I think are important and is indeed bringing forward things that I think Albertans will be thankful for in some places, I think it's disappointing that we see just recently, of course, a paper-thin quarterly report, and then we see Budget 2020 jammed through with no real due process, and now finally when we can finally say, how did the budget do? How did that report hold up over time? How are all these things happening? Instead, the government's saying, well, they need to delay their annual report. Right? And I think that's pretty disappointing. I think it's pretty upsetting that the government will on one hand say it's so important that we're here in Edmonton doing the work, that even though their members are not from here in Edmonton, the majority of their members are from out of town, that we're here to do work, we're here to do the important work of democracy and debate, we're here to do all these important things, including these 2 committees that now have to sit while the House is sitting. And then, Madam Speaker, on the other hand, the government goes, well, but we couldn't possibly get the annual report done. The annual report, whoa, that's way too much. And I think that's pretty concerning, because in our conversations and in our understanding with offices like the Auditor General and other legislative offices, our understanding is that they are continuing all their work, right? That their work is able to continue without delay, and indeed many of them are doing that work from home or perhaps going into the offices with reduced staff roles or reduced capacity, and that's okay, but they are able to accomplish all of their goals. So if the independent offices of the legislature are able to continue moving forward, and indeed my understanding is that there is very little or if any delay for the majority of those offices, then why can't this government be straightforward with Albertans? Why can't this government be clear with Albertans and actually tell them what's going on with the annual report? I think it's pretty disappointing, but we'll see what's going to be. We'll see what happens in August, I guess, Madam Speaker. Yeah, the amendment to when the annual report is coming forward is in Bill 24, right? So that's one of the clauses in this bill. It's one of the 15 pieces of legislation that are being changed. It's quite a wide-reaching piece of legislation, right? So it's interesting because when we see Bill 24, again, as I said before, Madam Speaker, normally I would be fundamentally opposed to such a large omnibus piece of legislation. Normally I would say this place we should not debate legislation that touches both the timing of the general report and also licensing for childcare spaces and also and also the Safety Codes Act, and so many different things. And normally I'd say when you're talking about, for example, the timing of the annual report, which this government is delaying and being non-transparent about, and then when we're talking about things like the licensing of childcare spaces and how there's going to be certain waivers with regards to the 2-year cooling off period before someone is given their license, if the facility is applied before and it's been suspended or refused, or if we're talking about things like how the minister is going to have broad powers in regards to suspending certain aspects of the Safety Codes Act, which are all amended in Bill 24 here. Normally, that would be quite concerning. But as we are in a current global pandemic, and I understand the government has suspended the public health emergency, however, even given that, I think it is important that we are able to move forward with some of these pieces of legislation very quickly. And that's why, in this circumstance, I think an omnibus piece of legislation is appropriate. I think that touching all these different aspects is appropriate, even if I don't agree with all those changes, right? Because, Madam Speaker, I think it's okay for me not to agree that the government should be hiding the annual report in the middle of the summer in August when MLAs are not in this place. I think it's okay for me to say I don't necessarily agree, or I have concerns that it is easier to apply for a provision for a waiver if you're a childcare space that who had their license suspended or refused, rather than licensed spaces that are trying to renew and open right now. And I think I may not agree with some of the broad powers the minister is being given in the Safety Codes Act and the provisions that he will have the ability to use. Madam Speaker, I may not agree with all those things, but I think certainly that in this case of a public health emergency, the government does need the ability to move forward quickly with these powers that they think are necessary to ensure the best quality for Albertans and the best supports for Albertans as we move forward. Because I understand that there are certainly measures that are being extended, for example, that will allow us to make sure Albertans are able to stay safe, stay healthy, and stay home. And I think those are fundamentally the reasons that I'm pleased to be able to speak here today and look forward to some of the further debate. Because as we move forward, I'm sure government members and opposition members will have more concerns, will have more questions. But certainly, I think it's important that when we talk about omnibus legislation, we try to say, is it necessary? Because normally speaking, governments use omnibus legislation to try and hide something, right? We think that when you're talking about amending 15 pieces of legislation, largely that don't affect each other, you're trying to hide something. And I think it is often difficult for opposition caucuses, and many members that are currently in the government were in opposition at one point, and understand that for opposition caucuses with limited research budgets and limited research capacity, it can be difficult to understand large pieces of legislation like this. However, I think in this case, it certainly is, we are doing our best to try and understand everything that this piece of legislation touches, every single piece that we affect. And I think that's why we're going to be asking questions, for example, of the Minister of Municipal Affairs, of what types of safety code changes he's going to be complicating and contemplating, and what standard he's going to apply with his new authority, because this legislation gives him quite broad-reaching authority, right, with the Alberta Safety Codes Act and Safety Codes, and I think that's certainly something that we're going to be concerned about, because we know that Alberta safety codes are very stringent, are very strict, right? And it is important that we have these safe standards, particularly at this time when there is a public health, a global health emergency, and there is a global health pandemic. We understand that making sure that we have the ability to be fluid with these safety codes may be important, right? We maybe have to make changes very quickly to better react to the emergency. And that's something that the minister may need to do, and I'm okay with that. I think the minister needs to have those powers. I think the minister, at least for a certain amount of time, needs to have those powers, and I think certainly the minister has a obligation to try and do his best possible job to support the communities that he has the authority over. However, I'd like the minister to perhaps provide some examples of what the minister would think are reasonable changes that this legislation would empower him to use, right? What the minister would consider are reasonable steps to take that wouldn't have to come back to this place, right? That wouldn't have to come back to the legislature and be debated. What would be considered reasonable in terms of changes, because the authority is quite broad, right? This legislation, again, as I've said before, Madam Speaker, is quite broad and is quite wide-reaching. But I think the ministers that are responsible for each section that is being touched, and I understand that a number of portfolios, including advanced education, children's services, justice and SolGen, labor and immigration, municipal affairs, and TBF, are all being affected, right? So there's different authorities being granted to many different ministries. So if each each of those ministers could perhaps speak in this place and tell us why the changes in their portfolios are necessary, I think that would be beneficial to all Albertans. I think certainly to the opposition who is trying to understand how Bill 24 will have effect across the province and how Bill 24 will have effect across all these different sectors. But for example, when we look at childcare, we can say, what is the plan? Because we know help is needed more now than ever. And my colleague from Whitemud has spoken to that many times in this place, whether it's in question period or in regards to different bills. But now we're looking at Bill 24, which introduces certain waivers for the provision of those licenses for childcare centres. Right? So childcare centres that had refused or suspended licensing in Bill 24 will now be allowed to reapply immediately. Right, and with certain waivers, and we know that there are many childcare centres across the province that are already struggling to reopen, right, and that's been an ongoing concern throughout the pandemic that it's been difficult to receive childcare, whether it was for a healthcare worker or for any Albertan, and now we understand that the government is moving forward with some measures to try and open more childcare facilities, and Bill 24 includes some of those measures, but how does changing those licensing standards, how does using Bill 24 to include these waivers, how does that help with the childcare crisis? What is the minister's intent? Right? What is the minister intending to actually implement? And what programs is the minister intending to expand? Right? So I think these are all important questions because when we look at this piece of legislation, when we look at omnibus legislation like this, we know it's complicated. We know there's a lot going on, and we know that we can't actually. It would be unreasonable, Madam Speaker, to expect the Minister of Health to answer all those questions. Right? And we know that, of course, one minister must sponsor the bill, but certainly that the ministers who it affects and who their programs are being affected and who their scopes of power are being affected, I think those ministers will have the opportunity, and I will be pleased to hear from them as we move forward with this legislation with regards to how they intend to be using their powers and how they intend to use those powers to better the lives of Albertans, because I think certainly we need to see some more clarity. We need to see some more debate in this place, and we need to see some more interest from the government here, because it's going to be a long summer. Right, we know we're going to be in this place for a long time. We know we're going to be debating different pieces of legislation in this place for a long time, and we know that we may have to make changes again. Right? We know that Bill 24 is not obviously the first piece of pandemic-related legislation that we've brought forward in this place, and it likely will not be the last. We know that there will be continuing effects of the pandemic, and there will be continuing health effects. So the ministers will have to get up in this place and explain to Albertans and explain to the opposition, were these powers sufficient? If they were not, what else will this government need? What other tools does this government need in terms to fight the pandemic and ensure the safety of all Albertans and ensure the safety of every single family and ensure the success of every family and business? And what other levers will the government need to pull? And I think that's certainly something that we are happy to discuss with the government, and we're happy to keep debating, because we do not necessarily have to agree on everything that's in the legislation. Like in this one, Bill 24 here. I'm out of time.
Standing Order 29-2A is available. Any members wishing to ask comments or questions? Seeing none. Any other members wishing to speak to the bill? The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Rutherford, Riverview.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah, I'd like to rise and add my voice to the debate regarding Bill 24, COVID-19 Pandemic Response Statutes Amendment Act 2020. And as my honourable colleague just shared, that this is certainly an omnibus bill. There's 15 pieces of legislation that it does touch, 7 ministries that are impacted by this. And of course it is, again, to support the government during this extraordinary time, during the COVID-19 pandemic, when we really are doing things much differently, and we need to, so we can respond in a timely fashion. So we understand the purpose of this legislation, but we do have some questions, of course, and I mean, the role of the official opposition is always to, give sober second thought to what the government puts forward, and bring our own views, our own values into play. And certainly that's what we plan to do. And in doing so, that can often improve legislation and make it more responsive, more appropriate for what it's meant to do. But of course, we know that this bill is meant to support the government to, keep things running smoothly, keep people safe in Alberta throughout this extraordinary time of COVID-19. So, but as I said, we do have some questions, and one of the questions that actually I have is this bill actually could have been a great opportunity to look back at Bill 10. And Bill 10 was passed earlier, of course, and Bill 10 gave the government extraordinary powers to handle the pandemic, and actually, tremendously far-reaching, so much so that even some of its own members of the UCP party were concerned that the government had gone too far, and certainly they put in these emergency powers, and there was no, for example, deadline for when they would end. And deadlines, sometimes we have to extend them, which is what some of this legislation before us does. But at that time when they did pass Bill 10, none of that was in place. And so this bill could have been an opportunity to sort of put some, parameters around that legislation. And it was, again, I'll just say that it was some of the concerns presented by their own members, and the Premier spoke publicly saying that he would put some lawyers, actually, from government, the public service, to look into that, because he had some second thoughts about that when he received some of that feedback from his own members. And that was something that we, as the official opposition, had been concerned about from day one when we saw the legislation in Bill 10. So I guess that is a question I have to the government right now, is this would have been a extraordinary, appropriate, great opportunity for you to actually scale back some of that overreach in Bill 10. And unfortunately, we don't see that in this legislation. And so perhaps there'll be some friendly amendments that we can put forward for you to look at. So having said that, I also just want to question, so the annual reports of all the ministries are being delayed. So they are supposed to be due June 30th of this month, and they're going to be delayed until August 31st. And so, this is something that certainly we in the opposition are concerned about, because one of, the basic tenets of good government is transparency. And that means that we do put out public reports in a timely manner, and that the citizens of Alberta can, through their own due diligence and their own understanding of their role in a democratic, in terms of democratic rights, that they can see what the government's doing, what those particular ministries are doing. And now that's delayed. And of course, there is a concern about the timing, because it is in the, end of the summer, I guess, August 31st. And sometimes that's a time when, this is kind of an extraordinary time, so it may be a bit different, but people aren't necessarily paying a lot of attention to what's happening in government, unfortunately. And so that timing is a little bit problematic, I would say. So I hope the government is understanding that tenet of democracy about transparency and how important it is. And certainly we are being challenged in this extraordinary time, but it seems to be a bit of a pattern of this UCP government that they're not necessarily respecting that tenet of transparency. And we know this through several different things that they have done. One is to have a very thin sort of quarterly report that had very limited information. The budget 2020 deliberations were truncated, greatly, so that we weren't given much time as an official opposition to be able to debate things in the House. I'm a member on the private members bill committee, and that committee, it's been very challenging for for the opposition to get any of their bills to be able to be debated in this House, which also, it doesn't mean that you have to pass that legislation, but having that transparent process of deliberations so that all Albertans can know about it and members can contribute to that debate. So, I'm citing these examples just to ask the government to look at this, because it is kind of a pattern of the UCP government that they are lacking transparency in their work. And I think that it's very important that for good government that people know what's going on, and if they don't, if bills aren't debated, if things are happening, during the summer holidays, it's harder for people to be aware of those things. So, I don't want to suggest that the government is not wanting this, because I think that this is sort of fundamental to, some of what I understand of the UCP, that they're grassroots and they want to make sure people have input. But I think some of these basic ways of these making decisions around not giving much time for debate stands in the way of good, transparent government, so that there is a strong democratic process. So I guess I am questioning that about the delay in the annual report and pushing it off into the deep into the summer, I guess is how I would describe that. And I mean, there's not a whole bunch in terms of my critic area, which is seniors and housing, but it does talk about extending, this is under the Labour Ministry, COVID-19 related temporary layoff provisions from 120 to 180 days. And this has already actually come into effect during first reading. So, I mean, that's a good thing. Certainly, we support that, absolutely. We want to make sure that people can keep their jobs. Also extending the restriction on working at multiple long-term care facilities by 18 months. And of course, this is extremely crucial, because we know that actually 77% of the COVID deaths have happened in continuing care facilities, and some of that has to do with early on people were working at multiple sites, and unfortunately that created a tremendous tragedy in our province. And there's still some sites that don't have that exclusively, and I think that that's a very important thing to make sure seniors are well cared for and kept safe. So I certainly support this extension of the Labour Code, making sure that people are working at single sites, and that I just encourage the government to make sure that every site is included. And I think last time the Minister of Health was asked this question, I think he said 4 sites did not have that happening. And I think that should be universal. It should be all continuing care sites, make sure that it is single site, and that those workers be protected, that they receive, they make sure that they have full-time wages. They're often very vulnerable workers who are low paid and may not have a high level of education, and they don't have a lot of alternatives. And so being asked to just work in one facility means that they need to be compensated for that. They shouldn't be, if they worked half in another facility and half in this, all of a sudden only have 50%, of their regular paycheck. So I hope that the government is really looking at that and making sure that these workers, these vulnerable workers who are doing extraordinary work, making sure seniors are safe in these facilities. And we know that oftentimes they're working very long hours, and so we just want to make sure that they are supported. So this is something that this legislation is extending for 18 months, and so we're pleased to support that. That's very important. And I'm just sort of skipping around, but as I said, there's so many pieces of, or so many ministries involved in this that there is quite a few different aspects to deal with. So in terms of children's services, one of the things that this legislation is doing, which I see as a problem, is weakening licensing standards for childcare centers. And certainly as a mom of 3 boys, a single mom for most of that time, I mean, I relied heavily on accredited, high-quality childcare in my community, and I chose that at that time to make sure that my children were well cared for when I was at work and I had other obligations. So I certainly don't want to have parents of today have that watered down. We want to make sure, just as we want seniors to be cared for at high standards, we want to make sure that children are cared for at high standards. So I am kind of confused by this. It doesn't seem to make much sense that at this time would be brought forward in this legislation. We want to make sure that childcare centers provide an educational, stimulating, sort of child-centered experience for children in Alberta, and weakening those standards will stand in the way of that. So because there's so many pieces of legislation being touched by this omnibus bill, some are good and some aren't so good. So it's hard to sort of say that we're in support or not in support, as I've said. So I guess some of the things that fall on the not support side are just like how come these annual reports are being delayed, and also how come Bill 10, some of the overreach of Bill 10 isn't addressed in this. As I said, this would be a great opportunity for that. And but it is good, the extension of 18 months for the single site working, and also extending the COVID-related temporary layoff provisions from 120 days to 180. So these are, positive aspects of this legislation. So it is kind of a bit of a mixed bag, Madam Speaker, what this is about. So certainly, we understand it's an extraordinary time. COVID-19 means that governments do need extra powers. And so this Bill 24 is outlining them for a longer period of time, because we know that, that we've started to open up in phase 2, and we know here in Edmonton we've had 5 restaurants have to close again, which has caused a lot of problems because of the spread. So we're realizing really how careful we must be as a society. And yet we haven't, people talk about, even our chief medical officer, Dr. Hinshaw, talks about the second wave. And I mean, certainly we're not in the second wave yet. We're still only in the first. So we do need to plan ahead and make sure that governments have, the authority, the ability to deal with this.
Standing Order 29-2A is available. Seeing none, any other members wishing to speak to the bill? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Whitemud.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to speak in second reading to Bill 24, the COVID-19 Pandemic Response Statutes Amendment Act 2020. I won't speak for too long, Madam Speaker, because I know that my colleagues have spoken at length about the number of issues that this bill addresses, and that it largely is extended, it's meant to extend some of the provisions and orders that were in place during the pandemic in a post-public emergency health order situation as we are now in, and for the most part, part, we understand the need to do that and do not have concerns with that. I do hope, though, that when we get into Committee of the Whole, if, of course, not to presume the outcome of second reading of this bill, but should this bill pass second reading and we get to Committee of the Whole, that there will be some discussion about some of the, I would say, other provisions that are within the Act. I will begin by saying I, too, share my colleagues' concerns with respect to the lack of, well, we have an opportunity here with this bill to address some of the concerns that have already been raised by all members of this House with respect to Bill 10, the Public Health Amendment Act. We, including myself, raised those concerns about potentially the overreach and the very broad authority that the changes put forward by this government in Bill 10 made to the authorities of ministers to create new legislative schemes outside of regulation or outside of bringing it before this House. And I understand that the Premier and members of the UCP caucus have similarly shared those concerns, which is why we do have a committee that's been established. But here we have right now a piece of legislation before this Assembly that could at this time revoke some of the changes that they made, which we believe were broad overreach, and could address that. The committee can continue its work to look at the Public Health Act as a whole, but the government's not taking that opportunity. I also share concerns about the fact that this government is delaying accountability, fiscal accountability, by delaying the distribution and dissemination of annual reports, which is what Albertans use to hold this government accountable for the budget that, by the way, this most recent budget was pushed through in a epically rapid fashion, limited debate substantially, to my understanding, unheard of before in this legislative assembly. And now we're seeing once again that the government is further limiting transparency around its accountability by delaying the distribution of annual reports. We know that we are still working, the Public Service is still working, we know the Auditor General's office is still working, so I do not understand why we're having a delay on that, and so I share that concern. But the one question that I want to raise at this opportunity, and I hope that when we get into Committee of the Whole that perhaps the Minister of Children's Services will address, is some of the changes with respect to the Child Care Licensing Act. Now, I want to begin by saying I know that one of the key changes in Bill 24 is to really extend the new health and safety guidelines that were established in accordance with the Chief Medical Officer of Health's advice. These were issued before the public health emergency order expired, and for example, one of the main things it did a few other things, but one of the main things that it did was that it raised the cohort levels or numbers within a child care program, so that child care programs could have a cohort of 30. And I know that that's allowed a number of child care programs to continue to operate in a more viable fashion. Of course, there's still restrictions with respect to ratios between licensed educators and children, but this bill is simply extending what was put out under the public health emergency order to now be incorporated going forward, and I support that. That makes sense, and I think it's appropriate so child care programs can continue to operate as they are. I know that they are looking forward to, and I think we all are looking forward to a world where we won't need such strict guidelines, but of course we are not there yet, and we may not be for some time. So it is very important that our child care licensing provisions, our acts, our regulations, our orders, guidelines continue to put the health and safety of children and educators top of mind. So I support that. However, I do have a concern with respect to one provision of Bill 24, and this is within Section 2. Sub 2, Sub C of Bill 24, and it amends the Child Care Licensing Act, and specifically Section 2.2, subsection 2.2 of Bill 24 indicates that a waiver may be granted to individuals or operators who have either applied to be a licensed child care program in the past or have failed to meet the standards for renewal of their license. And this change in Bill 24 allows the standard 2-year period of time. It's a cooling off period, really once an operator or an individual fails to meet the licensing standards. Under the Child Care Licensing Act right now, they're required to wait 2 years before they can reapply. And Bill 24 seeks to amend that by essentially waiving that 2-year period. I'm hoping to hear some direct comments from the Minister of Children's Services as to why she believes this is necessary. And I raise this because, of course, we are currently at a time when a number of childcare programs have still not reopened after the pandemic. In particular, as of June 1st, I believe it was roughly about 30%. I understand those numbers have gone up now, and that is good news, although childcare programs reopening does not mean that they're necessarily viable into the future. But in this province, prior to the pandemic, we had close to 2,800 childcare programs across the province, and if less than half of that have reopened, I believe that we have a lot of work to do in this province to make sure that those programs, which were already meeting licensing standards, were operating and providing childcare directly. Our focus should be on making sure that already licensed programs are able to get up and running again. That should be our priority. So I am questioning why in this act we seem to be focusing on making it easier and quicker for programs and individuals who failed licensing standards prior to reopen, or to reapply, I should say, to reapply for licensing. To me, it's an interesting choice of priority, because I think we should be focusing on making sure that our existing licensed operating programs are up and running. And to that end, I have been proud and will continue to stand in this House and to advocate for not only a long-term strategic plan for the recovery of our childcare sector, which is what absolutely every reputable economist in the country has been calling for as part of our economic recovery post-pandemic, is to make sure that we have a strong and viable childcare sector so that Albertans and Canadians can get back to work. And let's be clear, Madam Speaker, that is necessary because women were hit the hardest as a result of the pandemic. It is women who lost the majority of the jobs, who lost their hours. It is women who's providing the vast majority of unpaid caregiving, whether it be childcare or elder care. And we know that getting women back into the workforce should be the #1 priority, because those are Albertans that need to get back to work. And until we have a child care system in place that's viable, that is affordable, that is accessible, and that is high quality, we will not get more women back into the workforce. So that should be our #1 priority, and I've been calling for that long-term strategic plan from this minister for some time, as has, more importantly, beyond myself as official opposition critic, that is what the sector is calling for, that is what the stakeholders, educators, parents are calling for, because they will not be able to get back to work unless childcare is there. And I've heard ministers in this House stand up and speak about, and I mentioned the Minister of Culture, Multiculturalism and Status of Women. When asked about childcare, the response is about getting more women into the trades, and that's great. We do need to get more women into the trades, but women can't get into the trades. They can't do the training, and they can't take those jobs unless they have childcare. Childcare is the underlying pin that allows for all those other things to happen. So we need a long-term strategic plan to invest and to support our existing childcare system, not focus on trying to open up the system to those operators and individuals that have failed licensing. Why is that so far? That is the only change we have seen, concrete change that we have seen brought forward from the Minister of Children's Services since the pandemic hit. The only concrete change brought forward is buried in Bill 24, and it would allow previously unlicensed, previous operators who failed licensing to potentially apply sooner. That is not a long-term strategic plan, and I don't understand why that is the priority right now, and we're not seeing legislation that's actually calling to make our system viable again. And so I hope to hear what the intention was behind this change. I also must highlight, Madam Speaker, that this change does not address the immediate crisis that's facing the childcare sector that requires immediate stabilization. Since the pandemic hit in mid-March, this government has been sitting on money in its budget for children's services, sitting on money that would have gone out to support wage top-ups, that would have gone out to support subsidies for parents. That money has been held back. Now, the minister has announced $19 million in support, but she's only delivered $11 million so far, and that is barely a drop in the bucket for what is in her budget right now to support the childcare sector. We cannot wait any longer in this province for the minister to dither and to hold back dollars that are already in her budget to support childcare, while our operators are failing, they're going to be closing, and parents need affordable and accessible and quality childcare. And so to see the first piece of legislation come forward in this session when we are facing an unprecedented crisis in childcare that deals with childcare licensing, and this is what we see, I have to say I'm immensely disappointed. So I'm hoping to hear from the minister, perhaps later on in debate on Bill 24, what her plan is and how this small change to focus on allowing individuals and operators who have failed licensing before to apply sooner is somehow going to address the dramatic and historic problem that we have right now in our childcare sector that is going to hold back women from participating in economic recovery. And if women are held back from participating in economic recovery, Alberta is held back. Because this is not just a women's issue. This is our economic future, and we all have a vested interest in making sure all Albertans have the ability to go back to work and participate in our economy. So I hope there's more coming, because frankly, this is disappointing. So while I'll support this bill with the intent, because it's going to extend some of the provisions that were done under the public health emergency order with respect to extension of guidelines and orders that were made that affect workers and that affect even childcare safety, health and safety regulations, I will continue to take this opportunity to call for immediate and substantial action by this government and by the Minister of Children's Services to listen to the childcare sector, and if she's truly committed, if this government is truly committed to getting Alberta back into an economic recovery, they need to take this more seriously than they are. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Any members wishing to speak under Standing Order 29-2A? Seeing none. Any other members wishing to speak to the bill in second reading? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Castle Downs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise this afternoon to speak to Bill 24 in second reading, the COVID-19 Pandemic Response Statutes Amendment Act 2020. We've heard members discuss the incredible impact that this is going to have across several ministries. We know that there are multiple ministries that are being impacted: health, advanced education, children's services, justice and solicitor general, labor and immigration, municipal affairs, treasury board and finance. And so when we're talking about the unusual circumstance of this pandemic, we are in 100% agreement that all of the ministries need to come together to work together to best address the pandemic. And I think that that's something that this side of the House agrees with government, that there's something that needs to be done, and we're going to continue to work together to ensure that that work does take place for the safety of all Albertans. When we look at this piece of legislation, which we've heard being referred to as omnibus legislation, there are some concerns about what we were hoping to see in this. Specifically, we've heard it mentioned a few times now regarding Bill 10, which was a previous act that had been passed in the Chamber regarding the Public Health Amendment Act. It was something that I know myself and my colleagues heard considerable concerns about. They were hoping that when this piece of legislation, Bill 24, came to be debated, that they would see that some of the sweeping powers that were implemented under Bill 10 would be revoked. I know that there was some concern about some of the authority that this Bill 10 had provided to government. There was a sense of mistrust within constituents with government and making these sweeping changes. And there was a hope that the government and the Premier would fix that. And unfortunately, we don't see that in this piece of legislation. So we're definitely hearing that there's mistrust in terms of transparency, in terms of the need for such power when it comes to the pandemic. Albertans agree that there needs to be legislation in place that supports the pandemic and the response that's required by government. However, they want to know what that response looks like. They want details. They want it to make sense. And unfortunately, having these sweeping powers not addressed in here is concerning to many constituents that I'm hearing from, Madam Speaker. Another concern that we've heard is the request to delay with the reporting of the budget. So initially, it was to be brought forward in June 30th, and now with this Bill 24, they're asking for a delay to occur until August. Now, it's unclear why this delay should occur when we know that the Auditor General is meeting. There's the ability to complete a report, and Albertans want to know what the financial status is right now. And we keep hearing about things that there isn't money for this, and we can't afford that, and we're focusing on pandemic issues, and there's some questions, and I believe that Albertans have the right to know what those answers are. When we look at the budget, we should be able to go through it and clearly identify where money is being spent, what the budget looks like, so that there's a general understanding within all industries where the gaps are, where more services could be provided, where more services should be provided. So having that taken away in June and delayed until August is concerning. We are sitting in chambers until at least the end of July, and so had it been brought forward for June 30th, the original date, it would have provided the opportunity for members to discuss what was happening. It would have provided opportunities for us to question the report and go through it and ask those questions that our constituents and that our stakeholders are asking. Unfortunately, because we are likely not going to be in session that late when the proposal for the new date is, it provides an opportunity for the government to slip in the report when there's not very many people that are paying attention to what's going on. People are tuned in now, they're paying attention, they're watching. I know this because many reach out to my constituency and express concerns and have questions, and they would like to know what the financial status is, and unfortunately this bill delays that. So there's a fear that there's something that government's trying to hide. Why are they delaying this process? Why are they bringing it forward when there's nobody sitting in the chamber? It'll be at the end of summer when families are busy getting ready to go back to school. It's just creating some uncertainty and some discomfort, absolutely, with the lack of transparency that we've seen over and over and over again from this government. So I would like that to be addressed. And have some answers come forward about why this delay. What is the significance of delaying it? Why is there not an ability to do it right now when we know that, like I said, the Auditor General's meeting, reports can be done. It's all work that can be done remotely. Many of us are continuing to work remotely all over the province, and it's unfortunately sometimes can be an inconvenience when you're relying on slow internet or dropped calls, those types of things, but it's work that absolutely can be done. So I'm curious what the reasoning behind that is, and I look forward to hearing the minister address those in the remarks when we're debating. I have to say that a huge shout out to members on this side of the House, specifically the member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood and the member for Edmonton Whitemud, when it comes to their critic portfolios of the status of women, as well as the critic for Children's Services. Now, I know that I've spoke many times in the House about my previous experience working with Children's Services, and this piece of legislation addresses childcare and the licensing specific to that. So when it comes to the advocacy that the member for Edmonton Whitemud has had, it's something that I know she's taken very seriously and something that I know many Albertans have reached out about, because I've heard it in my community, as well as her talk at length in the House about others that she's heard from. So as a former staff with Children's Services, also as a mom who had her children in daycare, I think that there's a significant importance to the standards that we hold for those that are looking after our children. I know as a mom, I was a parent liaison at my child's daycare, and so I met regularly with the staff and with the parents to talk about things that were going on in the child care center, things that perhaps could be improved, things that were working really well. And as a team, we all came together to talk about the best way to do that for our children. And so when we look at what this piece of legislation is doing, and it's asking to waive the 2-year cooling off period to someone who unfortunately has been refused a license or had a license and had it suspended, it's concerning that this 2-year period is being waived when we have clear standards about what is required to maintain your license as well as to apply for a license. I'm nervous that the supports that are needed for the already existing licenses aren't in place. Those child care facilities that are ready to reopen, they're licensed. We know that they have high quality, affordable childcare opportunities. Why would we look at putting our children at risk in waiving a license requirement for someone who's lost it or didn't qualify in the first place. So that's a concern that I know parents are going to have, because so many parents make heartbreaking decisions to leave their children sometimes when they leave their first child, their second, their third, and go back to work. It's a big decision because your children are in these facilities for most of the day. I know it creates anxiety. I know when I first left my oldest at a daycare, and the stress and the investigating that I did as a mom to go in and watch and observe and do drop-ins and check in and kind of bring my child for play dates just to see how he was interacting with staff, my comfort level, his comfort level. It was a process, and part of that process was looking at their licensing and their accreditation, what their standards were, what their expectations were, and I mean, I could be a little bit neurotic and wanting to know if they had ever failed anything. And so having those discussions, what caused this concern? How did you rectify it? How is it mitigated? Those types of things. And so when government has clear expectations in place prior to COVID, which is a 2-year cooling off period, which seems like a reasonable standard, why is that being waived? I don't have a clear understanding of why that condition would be removed. Especially when it comes to our children. We know that there's children that require childcare, and there's great spaces available right now. So I look forward to hearing from the Minister of Children's Services to identify what the reasoning is for that. I look forward to more debate on this in second reading, as well as when we move to Committee of the Whole. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I will wrap up my comments. Thank you.
Members, Standing Order 29-2A is available. If anyone has a brief question or comment for the Honourable Member for Edmonton Castle Downs. Seeing none, is there anyone else wishing to join in the debate for a second reading? Seeing none, I am prepared to call the question. The closed debate, no. The Honourable Minister for Health has moved second reading of Bill 24, the COVID-19 Pandemic Response Statutes Amendment Act 2020. All those in favor of the motion for second reading, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered.
Bill 24, COVID-19 Pandemic Response Statutes Amendment Act 2020 is now read a second time. Committee of the Whole.
I'd like to call Committee of the Whole to order. The committee has under review Amendment A4 on Bill 15, the Choice in Education Act 2020. Are there any honourable members wishing to speak to the bill? I see the honourable member from Edmonton Northwest.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to say a few words in regards to the amendments brought forward to the Choice in Education Act. And so this amendment that was brought forward by our caucus talks about the Articles 28 and 29 of the Convention on the Charter of Rights of the Child. And it certainly is a high-minded and universal articles, these both 28 and 29, and we believe that it helps to strengthen our commitment to education in the broadest possible way here in the province of Alberta. And indeed, Madam Chair, we do have quite a lot of choices in education here in the province of Alberta that have been enshrined by law and convention for a long time in the province. And I've always been of the opinion that the existence of those different choices between education of the public education boards, the Catholic boards, our Francophone boards, our charter schools, our private schools, and our home schools help to create a fabric of, healthy competition and a good way by which to learn and provide the best education for all. And indeed, I'm always very proud to acknowledge, and I will again here today, the fact that the vast majority of Albertans do choose public education and or Catholic education here in the province because people vote with their feet, right? You pick the best quality schools that you can find in your area, and dollars to donuts in the four corners of the province, that choice becomes obvious, right? That the public schools, the Catholic schools in each of our school districts provide very top quality education that is second to none, quite frankly, in not just Canada but around the world. And so yeah, I mean, but the choices that we do have available to us, I guess, help to keep everybody on their toes, and I think that that's a fair deal as well. So anyway, so the Article 28, which this amendment speaks to, talks about the rights to education on a basis of equal opportunity, and in particular, especially primary education compulsory and free for all, to encourage the development of different forms of secondary education, including general and vocational education, and to make those accessible to every child as well. Indeed, we believe that this is self-evident to be true, and to provide education based on the capacity of every appropriate means, and to make educational and vocational information and guidance available and accessible to all children. To encourage regular attendance at schools and make active attempts to reduce dropout rates at all opportunities, and to take appropriate measures to ensure that school discipline is administered consistent with the child's human dignity and the conformity to the present convention and indeed to the law. And then that governments shall promote and encourage international cooperation in regarding to education, to the elimination of ignorance and illiteracy throughout the world. So these are all, Madam Chair, very high-minded principles that we believe that, as I say, are self-evident and do contribute to the strength and the diversity of our education system here in the province of Alberta, a system that we should all take great pride in, but should remain eternally vigilant as well to ensure that each of these provisions in Article 28 are subscribed to, and that we make every effort to ensure that we invest as a priority in education at every step of the way. Article 29, the other half of this amendment, talks about that education of a child should be directed to the development of a child's personality, talents, mental and physical abilities to their fullest potential, the development of respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms, as enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations, and the development of respect for child's parents, their cultural identity, and for national values of the place where a child is living. The Article 29 also talks about the preparation of a child's responsible life in a free society, the spirit of understanding, peace, tolerance, equality of sexes, friendship of all peoples, ethnic, national, and religious groups, and persons of Indigenous origin, respect for the natural environment, and and so forth. So I mean, again, these are elements of a strong education system, and they are elements that I believe that I would find it hard to believe that any members of this legislature would take exception to. It's an opportunity whenever we do open education legislation is to ensure that it retains its very sharpest elements around these issues, right? We know we want to teach basic mathematics education and communication and language and so forth, but we also want our schools to reflect the highest principles of our society and to help to build society in the broadest possible way. And so every time we remind people about the importance of education, you know, it's all fine to attach words and ideas to these things, but you need to make sure you make the investments and the commitment every step of the way to ensure that we have an equitable universal education system of the highest quality. We have choice in education, but we are also maintaining the very fundamental principles of citizenship and skills and confidence in our young people to ensure that they have a prosperous future, but also have a fulfilling and confident and balanced physical and mental support every step of the way. So these are pretty basic principles. I'm sure that all members would agree to the inclusion of Articles 28 and 29 to Bill 15, and I welcome everyone to support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any other members wishing to speak to Amendment A4? Seeing none, I'm prepared to call the question on Amendment A4 as proposed by the Honourable Member for Edmonton-Whitemud. Are you agreed? Opposed? That has been defeated. We are back on the main bill, Bill 15, Choice in Education Act 2020. Are there any honourable members wishing to speak? I see the Honourable Member for Calgary Mountain View.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I rise to move an amendment. So I will hand that over and for the benefit of the committee. So I move this amendment on behalf of the Honourable Member for Edmonton-Glenora, and I move that Bill 15, the Choice in Education Act 2020, be amended as follows. A, by striking out Section 5. B, by striking out Section 11B, Roman numeral 2. And I will await your instructions.
Members, this amendment will be known as Amendment A5. Are there any honourable members wishing to speak? The member for Calgary Mountain View.
Yes, thank you. So the purpose of moving this amendment is to return us back to the previous model with respect to homeschooling. I think we all know that by far the vast majority of individuals who homeschool their children do an excellent job of that. In fact, I've had family members who have been involved in that, and in some cases they in fact do they do a fantastic job, as good as an education as you could receive anywhere. So certainly this isn't meant to suggest otherwise. However, it is important that there be oversight. Rules don't exist because 99% of the population follows them. Rules exist because of the 1% of the population who doesn't follow them. The fact that we have a law against murder isn't because we think everyone is going to go out and murder someone. It's because
there's a small percentage of the population who will do that. And so this is intended to bring us back to the previous model of homeschooling to ensure that there is some oversight. Again, not for the 99% of people who will do a good job, but for that 1% who may not be teaching in accordance with human rights or in accordance with current curriculum or in accordance with modern standards around science. And I think, these things are incredibly important. As a child is growing up, if we lose the opportunity to teach them critical and relevant information during certain developmental periods, we may lose that opportunity forever. And the reason I think this is so incredibly important is because the justice system is where we see the fallout from these oversights. So if a child doesn't have the opportunity to learn, if they're not able to develop the skills in order to operate, folks, if they're not able to okay, we're not school children, ladies and gentlemen. If they're not able to operate in a manner that interacts with society appropriately, it's actually a very nice little segue from the amendment I'm proposing here, because the point here is that it's absolutely critical to educate children on, appropriate societal interactions at the moment when they are ready to receive that information. And if you miss that window, sometimes it seems you can never make up for that. And so I think my point here is, again, that we need to ensure that oversight is occurring because there are instances in which parents don't act in the best interest of their children. They are definitely not the majority of the instances. In the majority of the instances, parents are absolutely acting in the best interest of their child. But as someone who myself is a parent, I don't think it's wrong for there to be oversight of my interaction with my child. If any parent were to be in a position where they put their child at risk, whether that's physical risk, mental risk, emotional risk, or risk of not receiving the public education that is owed to every child in this province, then I think that it is right and it is good for the system to be able to step in to protect that child. Again, I want to be really clear, because it's often the case that when you propose an amendment like this that suggests oversight of someone, that someone suggests that you're saying that none of these people are doing it well. That absolutely, fundamentally is not the case. Again, the vast majority of parents are going to act in the best interest of their children, but unfortunately we know that that's not going to be the case 100% of the time. And so it's really important that there be some oversight of the curriculum being taught to children. We're not suggesting that there be massive oversight or that there be massive interference. In fact, I think the homeschooling system that we had in the province previously was working fairly well. I don't think that it's necessary to sort of untether that homeschooling from oversight of a board, because I think that a board can provide curriculum, they can provide guidance, and the thing is, this isn't even necessarily things that people are doing on purpose. Sometimes people will have beliefs or values that are not in keeping with modern scientific evidence. I think, for instance, that there are people out there who question whether the earth is round. There are people out there who question whether evolution is in fact science. And there are a number of other instances. There are people out there who question medicine as an entire field. And so, those people have those beliefs, but their children deserve the opportunity to see that there are different beliefs. And so I think it's incredibly important that we have this oversight, because we don't need people raising their children to believe that the earth is flat. And in fact, you know, at minimum, we would like the children to be able to see that there is a diversity of views on that issue. So I think it's incredibly important that we move this amendment, that we pass this amendment, because at the end of the day, it is the child who is the most important thing. That is a fundamental principle in the acts in this province which govern family law, is that the best interest of the child is paramount. When you talk about two parents, or even more than two parents, fighting over custody of a child or access to a child, or you know, whether a child will go to a certain school or whether they'll take ballet lessons, and I mean, all of these things are things that come forward with fair frequency. The test that is at the heart of that is what is in the best interest of the child. And fundamentally, it is considered the case that the system can make some decisions around that. Not all of the decisions, certainly, but in the case of a dispute, there can be intervention. And I think the point here is to keep the best interest of the child as the central focus of the Education Act as well, because there should be some oversight, not for the 99% of people who are going to do it well, but for the other 1%, because those children deserve to learn to read. They deserve to learn science. They deserve the best of what our educational system can give them. They deserve to grow up to be the best adults that they can. You know, most children are born naturally curious and naturally open-minded, and they want nothing more than to learn. And I think that as a society, we owe them the opportunity to do just that. So with that, I will thank my colleague, the Honourable Member for Edmonton-Glenora, for all of her incredible work with amendments to this Act generally, but specifically for bringing forward this amendment, because I think it is incredibly important that that all children, regardless of where they're being educated, have some access to oversight to ensure their safety, to ensure their education. And so with that, I will urge all members to vote in favor of this amendment. Thank you very much.
Honourable Member, the committee has under consideration Amendment A5. Are there any other members wishing to speak to Amendment A5? I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton South has risen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's my pleasure to rise today and speak to Amendment A5, an amendment that I think is important and is something that would make a bad bill better. And Madam Chair, I think that's language that we use quite often here in this place, but it truly is interesting when we see a bill like this, because it's a bill that doesn't accomplish any of the goals it sets out to do, but we can try to make that a little bit better, and I'd like to thank my colleague for introducing this amendment. I think pretty clearly we understand here, I understand, and my opposition colleagues understand as well, that homeschooling is a very viable education model, and it's a very viable education model that is used by many families. Some of those families that I know myself personally, and my colleagues here, I know some have spoken to their experience with it as well. And certainly it allows you to have a wide berth of experience and opportunity, particularly where there are students who have differing needs in terms of education systems that perhaps a traditional publicly funded school or like a public or Catholic school or a charter school may not be able to meet. And that's why parents are able to have that opportunity to provide that enhanced education that will have targeted supports where they need to be and when they need to be. And I think that's very valuable, and I think it's very, we have a very strong system here in Alberta. We have a system that provides excellent results here in Alberta, and that has very rigorous standards here in Alberta that are recognized by places like post-secondary institutions and employers. And I think that's all very positive. What I think is disappointing is that in this bill, in section, I believe it's 5 and 11B, it's that this bill basically takes away a lot of those standards. Right? It takes away the ability for us to have this high-quality education provided for students, no matter where they are in the system. Right? So no matter whether the student is in a in a homeschool situation or a publicly funded or a charter or a private school situation, we know that generally speaking, the standards in that education will be the same. The level of education will be generally speaking approximately the same. And this government is actually suggesting that we should lower those standards. We should take away those regulations from attaching homeschooling parents to school boards or school jurisdictions. And I think it's disappointing because, like my honourable colleague from Calgary Buffalo had spoken to earlier, it is absolutely Calgary Mountain View, my apologies, Madam Chair, and to my colleague here, Calgary Mountain View, had spoken to earlier, it is an opportunity for many of these children and many of these students to learn in different ways, but certainly we understand that they should have the same expectations as every other student. They should be expected to meet the same criteria as every other student. They should be expected to reach the same certifications as every other student, and they should be expected to have the same level of standard as every other student. And the vast majority of parents and the vast majority of homeschooled students excel in their classes and excel in their learning. But a lot of that is due to the rigorous standards we have in place. Right? A lot of that's due to the ability of curriculum, for example, to be provided through a school board, or learning materials to be provided through a school board, or other materials like that assist parents in having a better education, right, for their kid, for their student, to assist parents in being able to provide the best possible homeschool education. Because we know that in many of the situations where homeschooling is offered and homeschooling is chosen by a family, in many cases it's because a student has certain needs that are difficult to teach in a traditional classroom setting. And that's okay, and we support those parents, and we want those parents to have the best possible opportunities. But to ensure that those opportunities are standardized and to ensure those opportunities are fair and that those students are receiving the same curriculum, receiving the same education as every other student in the province and receiving the same examinations and receiving the same values and cores as every other student, we need to ensure that they are attached to one of our accredited school boards. And of course, we have many accredited school boards across the province, and many of these school boards are attached to different homeschooling individuals, and they do things like provide materials and provide things like textbooks or worksheets or workbooks, particularly in the younger years, especially for many of these students, and that's a good thing, right? We think it's a good thing that the parents are able to have that choice, are able to make the decisions for their own students and say, we believe that our student, our child, will have the best quality education at home, will be able to meet their needs in the best possible way, and will be able to accommodate them in the best possible way. And parents absolutely have the right to make that decision, and they have the choice to make that decision. But what they also need to understand is that we sort of have this expectation that when those students are graduating from their homeschool program, right, when those students move on and let's say they start their homeschool education at 4 or 5 years old or 6 years old, and they move on through all their years, and 12 years later, 12, 13 years later, they graduate, as it were, and they enter, whether it's going to be a trade school or another post-secondary institution that's a university or a college, or they want to enter the workforce directly, whatever it may be, these students should have the same skills as every other student in Alberta. Right? It doesn't matter where you go to school. It doesn't matter whether you go to a publicly funded public school, a publicly funded Catholic school, Catholic or separate school, a charter school, or a private school. It shouldn't matter where you go, or a homeschool in this case. It shouldn't matter where you go to school in this province. You should have the same level of understanding of all the prescribed topics. Right? In our government, when the NDP was in government, we commissioned and began a curriculum review, and we're reviewing many aspects of the curriculum, the entire curriculum indeed, and we know it was the first time in over 2 or 3 decades that a curriculum review had been done, and of course the curriculum will always need updating and the curriculum will always need changes, but the point is, Madam Chair, that curriculum, wherever it is in the process, wherever it is in the system, that curriculum should be the same for every student. Right? Whether you are in Olds or you are in Edmonton, whether you are in Grand Prairie or you are in Fort McMurray, no matter where you are in this province, you should be learning the same things. You should be learning the same as your peers and your contemporaries, and you should be learning at the same, generally speaking, the same rate, and you should be learning at, generally speaking, the same topics. And when you learn about those topics, those should be prescribed and understood to have the same level of difficulty for every single student. And that's how it is in every single system across the province, province right now, every student across this province right now, whether you are homeschooled or in a charter, private or public school, publicly funded school, no matter where you are in the province right now, those regulations, those standards, that curriculum is the same. Right. Fundamentally, every single student comes out at about 18 years old in Alberta, and they know all the same things, and they have equal opportunity to go out and exceed in their workforce if they enter the workforce directly or in a post-secondary institution, whether that's trades, college, or university. Right. That fundamentally everybody comes out on a fairly level playing field. And that should be the intent of education. I think that when we talk about education and we talk about the education program, that fundamentally is what we should be trying to do. We should be trying to prepare every student in this province. We should be trying to prepare every single Albertan to have the best possible footing, the best possible chance to exceed. And I believe this amendment, the amendment that my colleague here has brought forward, would ensure that we continue that proud tradition, right? That we ensure that we continue that standard for every single student. Now, if we don't move forward with this amendment, and I would be quite disappointed if we didn't, Madam Chair, indeed, what would actually happen is the Education Minister is actually suggesting that some students don't need those same standards. Some students shouldn't be held to the same regulations, and some students don't need to have the same educational quality moving forward. And that's not to say these parents are not providing quality education. They absolutely are. And certainly in the current system, where they're tied to school jurisdictions, those school jurisdictions are able to help them provide the best possible education, whether that's in providing materials or other things like assessments for learning outcomes. Right? So no matter where they are in the province right now, they have that equal opportunity. The government is actually suggesting with this bill, and if they don't accept this amendment, the government is actually suggesting with this bill that those students will not need to meet the same rigorous standards as everybody else. Those students will not need to have the same quality of education as everybody else. Those students will not need to be as prepared for post-secondary or the workforce as every other student in the province. And I think that's pretty alarming. I think it's pretty alarming because we should be striving to make sure that every single student, no matter where you are in this province, every single child should have the best possible opportunity. And we know that they are able to move forward with some of that right now. We know that they are able to have that right now. We know that because of the way our education system is set up, that even when a parent decides it is in the best interest of their child to homeschool, and many parents across this province do, and they do it successfully, and those students go on and be very, very successful in their lives, we know that even when that happens, that those parents are supported. We know that they're supported because they have the opportunity to connect with their school jurisdiction. And there's a number of different school jurisdictions that are targeted to working with homeschooling parents, and those are able to provide targeted supports and direct supports. So I think that's exciting as well. But we want that to continue. Right? We want the system to continue and provide that high quality level of education. We want the system to continue and provide the opportunity for these students to be at the same curriculum as everybody else. Because if we don't, Madam Chair, it places this sort of burden, it places this sort of unreasonable expectation that parents will be able to develop their own curriculum in some cases, or omit parts of the curriculum and omit parts of the education that every other student is expected. Right? I don't think that's fair to our students. I don't think it's fair to our children that we would omit certain parts of our education system because of a lack of attachment to a school jurisdiction, a school board. Right? So I think certainly that homeschooling is a valuable way to teach your children. And again, I'll mention again that many friends myself, or some friends myself who have homeschooled their children or are homeschooling their children. And it can be a valuable way, and it is a valuable way to provide targeted supports and to provide a unique learning environment for some students who are unable to excel in a traditional classroom that you may see in a publicly funded school or a charter school. And that's okay. It's okay to make that decision. It's okay, and parents should be making that decision if they think it's the best way for their student to learn and excel. But instead, Madam Chair, what this government is actually trying to do is degrade that education, right? To degrade the quality of that education and actually say that these homeschooling children will not need the same standards as everybody else, right? So I think it's pretty disappointing. I think it's pretty disappointing that the government is moving forward with this legislation. I hope they accept this amendment. I hope to hear from the Education Minister and perhaps other members of the government caucus here as to what they think of this amendment and whether they agree that every single student should be on the same level, that every single student should be having the same educational quality, should having the same assessment, should be having the same should be having the same standards applied to them, and whether they agree that we should be striving to ensure every single student is able to graduate and go and excel at their lives, whatever that may be, whether it's directly entering the workforce or a trade school or another post-secondary institution. So I'm looking forward to hearing from some of my government colleagues here, colleagues in the government caucus. I'm looking forward to hearing from, I think, some of my opposition colleagues here will be speaking more as well. But certainly, as we move forward with this legislation, I hope that we'll be able to find some opportunities like this where amendments make sense. Right, where it makes sense to introduce amendments that make reasonable changes, that make changes that align the intent of the legislation with how we can actually provide the quality education for Albertans, that allows students to actually continue to have a strong quality of education, but having the choice that this government likes to talk about. But indeed, we'll see where this government goes with it. I think it's pretty obvious that if they introduce the legislation without considering this, without considering that we're actually degrading the quality of education for some students in the province, or degrading the standards of education for some students in the province, I'm pretty concerned with how well thought out this legislation is, and that's why our opposition caucus here is introducing these amendments, that I think will make a bad bill better. Madam Chair, again, I think this is fundamentally a flawed bill, and I don't know if there's enough that can be changed in this bill that would make it a good bill, Madam Chair. But certainly, I think there are some things that can be changed in this bill so that we will support students better than otherwise, and we will have less opportunities to have students fall through the cracks, because we know that in these jurisdictions that are tied to homeschooling, and we know that parents that make the decision to homeschool, in many cases, it's not a super onerous connection with a jurisdiction, with a school jurisdiction or school board, right? It's not something that is super difficult for these parents. And in fact, in most cases, and in many cases, Madam Chair, indeed, the school boards that are attached to homeschooling are actually assisting the parents. Right? They're doing things like providing material, providing workbooks, providing textbooks, and providing learning assessment tools for the parents. Because we know that parents aren't, not all parents are trained, and they don't have education degrees and all these things, and then that's okay, but they absolutely are able to teach their children. And that's a good thing. They're able to go out and have that quality education for their students. But if a school jurisdiction is able to attach to that homeschooling child, they're going to be able to help them and make that process easier. Right? And they're going to be able to go out and make sure that we have the protections in place to have the high standards of education for every student. Because we know that the parents just want what is best for their child. Right? They want to be able to provide the best possible education for their child. And that's why they've made that choice. Right? That's why parents are making the choice to homeschool their children. It's because they think that they can provide the best quality education for their children. And indeed, if the school jurisdictions, the school boards that are attached to homeschooling parents are able to assist them in that manner, I don't see why this minister would introduce this bill and take away that protection, take away that stability, take away that baseline for every single student. I think it's pretty disappointing. I'm pretty optimistic about this amendment. I think it's a good amendment. I think it certainly does help ensure that the children across the province, it doesn't matter where you go to school, whether it's at home or in a publicly funded or charter or private school, it doesn't matter where you go to school, what your family chooses. I think certainly we're able to have those protections. We're certainly able to have that quality of education, to have that curriculum provided and those materials provided. And I think that's something that we should be pushing forward on. We should be optimistic for. So I hope to hear more from the Minister of Education. I hope to hear more from my government colleagues here, because we know that these children deserve the very best. Right? And that's why these families are making these choices, right? They deserve the best. They deserve a unique learning environment that works for them. They deserve a learning environment that works for their family and may not be provided in different situations. So we know that these families really do have the best intentions, and we want to be able to support them in those intentions. And I think this amendment does that. I think this amendment provides those services. This amendment provides that quality of care, provides that quality of education in a way that I don't know if the education minister, and if she speaks here in a bit, I don't know if the education minister has really thought through. Right? The education minister, I'm concerned, hasn't considered the ramifications of detaching basically homeschooling from school jurisdictions, right? I think that there are going to be adverse consequences. It will mean that some students have the opportunity to fall through the cracks, and that some students will no longer have the supports that are provided by these school jurisdictions. And our opposition caucus here is really trying to make this bad bill better. We're really trying to provide reasonable amendments that everybody can support, that make sense, are common sense amendments, aren't partisan talking points, aren't partisan attacks, Madam Chair. Indeed, this amendment is actually something that is simply saying we think these parents should be supported. We think these parents should be attached to school jurisdictions. We think these parents should have that opportunity to continue to home educate their children, to continue to provide that home education quality, but while having a provision in place that the school jurisdiction will be able to provide them with the necessary quality of care in terms of things like materials, in terms of things like assessment, in terms of things like other supports. And we think that that's very fair. I think it's a system that's currently in place. It's a system that's currently in place that thousands of Albertans who currently homeschool their children use. So it's a system that we know has been working for a long period of time now, and I believe it's been decades that the system's been in place. So it's a system that actually we know works, right? And the minister is actually suggesting we go in and perhaps the minister hasn't considered that changing this system, changing whether school jurisdictions should be tied to homeschooling children and homeschooling parents will have adverse effects or not. And we in the official opposition are particularly concerned that it will have adverse effects, right? That it will and can have adverse effects, that it will affect the education some students receive. It will affect their ability to do things like enter post-secondary or enter the workforce directly. And I think that those are particularly concerning points. I think that those are particularly concerning because the minister should have the goal that as many students as possible are able to enter post-secondary if they choose, or are able to directly enter the workforce if they choose. And then that should be the goal of the minister. That should be the intent of the minister, to provide that highest quality of education for every single student, whether they attend a homeschool, whether they attend a private school, a charter school, or a publicly funded institution like a public or Catholic school. No matter where they go in this province, they absolutely should have that same level of high standard, because Alberta's education curriculum, Madam Chair, is one of the highest standards in the entire world, right? We have had in the past some of the highest rankings in the entire world in terms of education and in terms of assessments. So when we look at this very high quality education, we should be considering that every single student deserves to get the same high quality education. Every single student deserves to have the support to receive that same high quality education. And again, we know not every single student learns exactly the same way, and not every single student excels in exactly the same circumstance. And that's why things like homeschooling are so important. And that's why we support homeschooling and we support having these programs in place. But that's also why we support having school jurisdictions and school boards tied to these homeschoolers, right? Because these school boards and school jurisdictions are going to be able to provide additional supports to parents. Because we do not expect and we do not, and we know that not every single parent that homeschools their child is going to be a teacher, an educated in education, having an education degree or some sort of teaching certificate. We know that not every single parent that wants to homeschool their child and provide that best opportunity, that best environment for their child is going to be a teacher. And that's okay. That's absolutely okay. It's actually beneficial for some of these students that they're able to have that unique family environment where they can learn from their parents or likewise.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The committee has under consideration Amendment A5. Are there any other members? I see the Honourable Minister of Education has risen.
Thank you. So I just wanted to speak to this amendment, and thank you for bringing forward the amendment. And I've listened with interest over the past while on various amendments. On this particular amendment, I just want to bring several things to attention. I would hope that my colleagues would, in fact, vote this amendment down, because it does not respect what we have heard from parents and from the homeschooling community who have advocated long and hard for this particular amendment or this particular option to be available to their families. The member from Edmonton South, I need to clarify something, because I think the member does not understand that currently in homeschool programs, homeschoolers can choose programs that are not of the Alberta curriculum. And they can follow a different program of studies and do so successfully. Parents ultimately are in the best position to choose the education that they want for their children, and we respect that. And I think that's the fundamental difference between the members on this side of the aisle and the members on the other side in opposition, because we respect and trust that parents absolutely have the best interest of their children at heart. And we recognize that in all education systems, at times, there are bad actors, and we deal with the bad actors. We actually have processes and regulations in place to deal with those situations where we have to intervene on behalf of a student. And in the case of this particular option that homeschoolers are looking for, in regulations we will have an ability to deal with that as well. But we look forward to expanding on that. And I just want you also to be very much aware that this non-funded, unsupervised option that parents, homeschooling parents are looking for, that some, not all, we grant that the vast majority of homeschool parents will absolutely follow the current homeschooling options that are available. But for those that want to choose this, I'd like to draw to your attention that in British Columbia and Ontario, they already have these options in place and are running successful programs. So parents, absolutely have that availability to choose the type of education that they want. And if they choose this particular option, which parents in Ontario and BC have already done, in Alberta, we trust that parents will make the right decision for their families and for their children. This option also eliminates red tape, in the sense that these individuals, these families, do not want to be tied to a particular school division or school authority. That is certainly within their right. But of course, they do have to come to the department, my ministry, first and foremost, to bring forward their plan, what they plan to do with their children. So again, parents, the primary educators of their children, the people who know their children best, who know how their children learn best, are in the best position, and we respect that, to choose the type of education they want for their child. Home educators. The Alberta Home Education Association is very supportive of this process. They have been advocating for it, and we are listening. So we are going to, as is indicated in Bill 15, we want to provide that option for those parents. We heard loud and clear from the over 50,000 plus respondents that responded to our survey that parents in Alberta value choice in education. We had over 1 million people vote for us, and one of the key platform commitments was choice in education. So again, this is something that is wanted and is being asked for by our parent communities, and we will honor it. I guess that is everything I need to say on this particular amendment, but thank you for bringing forward the amendment, and I would ask all of my fellow colleagues to vote it down. Thank you.
Honourable members, we have under consideration Amendment A5. Are there any other members wishing to speak to the amendment? I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Meadows.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is my pleasure to rise in the House and speak to the Amendment A5 on the Bill 15, Choice in Education. There are a number of reasons we oppose, and I personally oppose this bill and don't really find a place that it could change my mind to support the bill. As this bill states, I will say the statement that interpret why this bill is being actually tabled in the House is one of this is a GCP election platform, and the second, the GCP actually claims why they added on to their platform is, and what this will serve to the Albertans is that that will add to the preamble of the Education Act by recognizing Section 26.3 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights by the United Nations. And this is something really actually puzzling for me, how you can address and achieve the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Article 26.3, by jumping the article of those, the very article of those 26.1 and 2. So that is something obvious. It's not something suspicious ground for me to give a benefit of doubt on something. I see this is something very ideologic move of this government that is claimed in this bold statement that this bill is, drafted around. And some of the other things when I will see, when we say the choice in education, if we wanted to see this comparatively, the choice in education doesn't have to come on the cost of the public sector. The choice in education can be protected without inserting ways to create a duplication in the system. The growth in private or charter school will only divert funds, that we have reiterated this many times. Some of the evidence we are looking around is Alberta is the only jurisdiction that in the country with charter schools and provide 20 to 100% more funding to provide schools than other jurisdictions in Canada. So if the UCP was serious about best practices and finding efficiencies, they would not be focusing solely on holding the line or reducing funding. That's what we have seen for public educations. So, Minister of Education, since I joined this House, something I really wanted to mention, I don't know, I'm just going maybe a little off track. As I was a new member of this House in April, when the House started in May, and many other members in this House across both aisles, passionately speaking in their maiden speeches and their introductions. One thing really resonated and that struck in my mind was they were mentioning about their communities and the social services, the education services, and the facilities and deteriorating structures that has been historically defunded, right? And I can see that the more we are moving into on the political stripes and House is more divided onto the political lines, those tones are not in the House anymore, but I would say the reality has been not changed since I can say, share my experience in my riding. My constituents coming to my office, the people they are coming to my office booking appointments, number of those people, they're asking if it's a case specific to my riding is, they wanted to know when is the high school coming in that riding. So I don't have the answers. I rose in the House many times and I put the question forward to the minister, and as of today, I don't know, I would be happy to get the answer. If there is any timeline within this, the period, I can assure my constituents by 2 years, by 3 years, by 4 years, what is the plan for the school? And that is the very question I'm being asked in my riding. And some of the other questions, they were coming forward, and the parents came back to my office, and I was not there yesterday. They're anxious, and their children with special needs, and they're calling, they are being affected due to changes to the FOP funding. So when I spoke with them over the phone, I'm going to meet back to those families this Friday. They're bringing their experience and they're worried and they want me to make sure that their experiences, their problems are on the record. I will bring, if I have a chance, I will bring that into the House. That will be my honor to do so on behalf of my constituents. So those are kind of the issues when we are really hearing, and that the government's own survey that conducted that did not really complain about majority of the people. Part of that survey showed their satisfaction. They did not really show any kind of complaint. They are not happy with the current system. And we have seen in these steps in this House, the promises were made, the funding will be provided, but then we see the steps back. Specifically, I know my colleagues wanted to be on the record. I wouldn't take too long on this, but specifically to this amendment, we are asking to strike the Section 5 and strike out the Section 11. In the Section 5, this section gives the ministry the ability to make and amend regulations regarding notifications and supervision requirements for homeschooling. So it will risk qualification of education received by children across the province. It is not clear. Alberta Human Rights, as I mentioned, that the government affirms that the parents have primary responsibility for the education of their children when they are talking about the article of 26.3, but at the same time, it's very important for us, to the opposition, to carefully review the Act and provide the constructive feedback to the government. So when we know the government is not going to stop moving forward with the Bill 15, but we're trying to do on behalf of our constituents and also on behalf of our Albertans, that anything we can make to make this bill more stronger for them and transparent and accountable. And that is what this bill, the Amendment 5 to Bill 15, Choice in Education, is proposing. That is the basic reason. I was going to go over actually the Section 5 of this bill, but I will leave it given there are only 5 minutes more to, if my colleague wanted to be on the record. So that is the basic reason. This bill, in my view, the government, the Minister of Education can address these concerns, is a step, and a huge step in the wrong direction, but by proposing this amendment, all we are trying to do to add some mechanism that we see, we feel, and we see they were there and they are very important in this regulation. So that is the reason I encourage and I request all members of the House to support the Amendment 5 to the Bill 15, Choice in the Education. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, we're on Amendment A5. I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Castle Downs has risen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's my pleasure to rise today to speak to Bill 15, Choice in Education, specifically to Amendment A5 this afternoon. We've heard several concerns about this piece of legislation, and specifically, I think this amendment that we've proposed is something that could alleviate some of those concerns. I know parents in the province absolutely have expressed choice in their education, and that's something that we certainly support. We've also heard that parents want a modern curriculum as well as no barriers to learning. So when it comes to having barriers in learning, I think that the proposal in Bill 15 that would eliminate the supervision for homeschool parents is a concern. I know personally my best friend is a homeschooling parent. She has 5 children who have all done different levels of education in the province of Alberta, as well as outside of the province. They're a military family. And they've experienced public school, they've experienced homeschooling, whether it's been teacher-led, parent-led. She's got quite a vast experience when it comes to schooling and her children. She's also a teacher by education. She's worked in many different settings in the school system. She's worked alongside me in alternative programming when it comes to children that are in care. She was she was teaching in that capacity, those kids that had been kicked out of the regular school system, so working in a different stream. So she's got quite an abundance of experience and knowledge when it comes to homeschooling. And, you know, I've sat with her and discussed concerns about this piece of legislation when it comes to the choice in education. And something that she flagged right away was the supervision being removed by some parents when they're choosing to homeschool. Now, it's a stressful process when you're looking at how to educate your children and how to determine what is their best course of action when it comes to the schooling system that you want for your children. And it takes a lot of research and understanding just to pick a school. So when a parent is choosing the homeschool stream, there's also a lot of options that come into play with that. And sometimes parents have the best intentions when it comes to educating their children. However, sometimes parents don't necessarily make the best teachers when it comes to their children. And if we don't have a check and balance in place that are looking at the needs of those children, there's a concern there when it comes to having no supervision. Now, the Minister of Education referred to bad apples and said that there are provisions in place or will be in place under regulations that will be monitoring what she referred to as bad apples. And I think that why would we create a problem when the way it is right now is fine? We have checks and balances in place, supervision's required. When we send a child to school, their education is being monitored. We know that there's people that are checking in on our children just to make sure that they're progressing it the way that they should be. If there's concerns in how they're learning, those things are flagged. Then those children can be eligible for additional supports in their education system. And sometimes parents don't see that. They don't see the concerns that their child perhaps isn't developing at the same speed and the same rate and could benefit from assistance, whether it's some of the technology that's offered for parents that are doing homeschooling, some of the things that they might be eligible for that they didn't even know existed. They might not be able to identify that their child is struggling. There's professionals that work in our school system that can assist with that are trained to look for those concerns, whether it's a speech pathologist, whether it's a learning disability, whether it's something that is out there that they could benefit from. Sometimes a parent doesn't have that specialized understanding about how to identify what a special need is and how to identify what resources and supports are available. And I think that if we had some supervision of that, that would be a way to intervene early with our children. We know that not all children learn at the same rate and the same speed, and some children need a little bit more assistance. Some children learn at an accelerated level, and they require more challenging education materials. And so having another set of eyes on those kids and those parents, I think, is a benefit. It assists in making sure that the children of our province have the best absolute education available to them. And it still allows parents to make a choice. It's not saying you can't homeschool. It's just saying that we think that there should be some supervision to make sure that everybody as a family is on track with the learning needs of their child. And it's not a punishment by any means. It's a way to make sure that the kids are being supported, the parents are being supported in the absolute best way that they can. Having worked in children's services, we know that some of the barriers that come to learning stem from the home environment. And unfortunately, there are home environments where children are not nurtured and supported in their education. It's a requirement of the law in the province that children participate in school, not kindergarten, and after the age of 16, it's no longer the law. But those children that are in that category of learning between grade 1 and to the age of 16 sometimes aren't being exposed to the best source of education because there is perhaps a lack of capacity from a parent to get that child to school. Perhaps there's some conflict within the home about the child attending school. And so as a social worker with Children's Services, I would respond to calls where schooling was identified as a protection concern. This child was not attending, the child was not participating. There wasn't appropriate interactions with the school and the family. The school was concerned, whether it be the homeschool organization that was monitoring the family. There was some safety concerns. And so when we look at protection of children and the needs of the children and making sure that our focus, especially when it comes to choice in education, is child-focused, child-centered, the supervision of that certainly comes into play. So making sure that the family has the capacity to ensure that this child's needs are met. Unfortunately, sometimes, not all the time, this happens. And I know so many families that choose homeschooling, that is the right fit for their family. And sometimes it's only 1 or 2 children, maybe 1 or 2 go to school. They have different children in different education streams. Some of them attend some of the specialized programs that the province has to offer, whether it's a sports academy or a religious academy. Each family makes decisions based on their children. Unfortunately, there are some caregivers, parents, that don't have the capacity to be able to meet their child's educational needs. And that's okay, but we need to have that supervision in place to make sure that that child's needs are being met. And as individuals in this chamber, I don't want to create a loophole for some of those parents, not intentionally choosing to not have supervision, but for the parents that just simply aren't able to make those education systems effective for their children. So they could benefit from some oversight. They could benefit from perhaps a different stream of the homeschooling. Maybe it's something that's more teacher-focused, that has a little bit more accountability in that setting. But it's ultimately looking at the capacity of the parent and the caregiver to provide those educational needs to our child and what the child's needs are. And so when we propose this amendment, I think reverting back to requiring supervision is something that makes sense. And I would hope that the members in this chamber would agree that we're trying to ensure that our children in the province of Alberta have the best possible education environment for their needs. Not because parents intentionally are trying to withhold the appropriate education. That's certainly not the majority of the cases that I've seen as a children's services worker. It's just that the parents didn't have the capacity to actually be the educator in their family. And with supports and with monitoring, I believe that a lot of those families could be successful. It just requires a little bit of support from the services that are already available, whether it's an aide, whether it's a teacher that's able to come in and help monitor and provide some guidance to those parents. And sometimes if you haven't done the homeschooling experience and you don't know and you're looking through what your options are, and the word supervision for some parents might be off-putting and not understanding what that means. They could inadvertently choose the non-supervision without really understanding that that could be a detriment to their child's learning. Not intentional, but an unintended consequence, if you will, Madam Chair. And so I would really hope that we look at this and we're not trying to make it more onerous. We're not trying to make it difficult for parents to access this. It's just a simple solution that allows parents and children to be the most successful in their children's learning. And I think that that's something that everybody in this House can agree, that we want our children to be successful and educated and supported. And I would really hope that all members of this House seriously consider supporting this amendment that makes sense. Thank you.
Honourable Member. Honourable Member, we are on Amendment A5. Are there any other members wishing to speak? Seeing none, I'm prepared to call the question. On Amendment A5, as proposed by the Honourable Member for Calgary Mountain View, on behalf of the Honourable Member for Edmonton Glenora, are you agreed? Any opposed? No. That amendment has been defeated. Honourable members, we're back on Bill 15. Are there any members wishing to speak? I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Northwest has risen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And if you don't succeed, you try again, of course. And in our efforts to always make things better, right, we have another amendment that I would like to distribute now, please, to everybody. I'll keep one for myself. And the original is on the top. Yeah. Thank you, sir. So while that's being distributed,
Would like a copy of the amendment. If you can raise your hand, one will be delivered to you. Otherwise, they'll be on the tables at the side per the COVID rules. And just give us 1 second.
Right.
Okay, this amendment will be known as A6. If you'd like to read it into the record, Honourable Member.
Awesome. A6. Lucky A6. I think we can give it a nickname, maybe, eh? So I'm moving this on behalf of the Honourable Member from Edmonton Glenora. And then she is to move that Bill 15, Choice in Education Act 2020, be amended by striking out the title Choice in Education Act 2020 and substituting Education, Private and Charter Schools and Home Education Amendment Act 2020. And so, yeah, I mean, I think that always it's like truth in advertising. We need to make sure that the public has an accurate idea of what legislation does and how it functions and how it's named here in the Alberta legislature. And so the amendment as moved by me, but on the behalf of the member from Edmonton Glenora, I think has a much more accurate sort of change of the title to better reflect the content of the legislation. If this amendment would be, is important for people to understand, excuse me, that this bill is not encompassing all, and indeed the vast majority of how education is delivered here in the province of Alberta, but rather about 6% of the delivery mechanism in the province of Alberta, which is the amount approximately of people, of students, I should say, that are in private and charter schools and are engaged in home education as well. And so these are all important choices. These are all options that have been available for to Albertans for quite a long time, and indeed did receive the proportional increase in funding that all other forms of education did receive whilst we were the government here in the province. And we know that people value those choices inherently. Indeed, you know, I would suggest, Madam Chair, that, you know, we're at an important learning moment for all of us with indeed our schools being out because of the COVID emergency, that we need to make sure that we are making investments and providing support and guidance and ensuring standards for different forms of education as we move forward in the COVID-19 emergency situation that we're in, right? We have schools out now. It's been an unprecedented moment in time for all forms of school here in the province and indeed around the world. And I would venture to say, humbly but emphatically, that we need to make sure that we learn from that and build strong supports for all forms of education along the way as we move into an uncertain future. And I know that schools and school boards have done a yeoman's work providing for education while in school attendance was not a possibility. But I also know that there's lots of room for improvement too. You know, this notion that school was out, right, was a very false idea, right? That in fact school was very much in, and people were having to scramble and adapt to distance education for literally hundreds of thousands of students. And so, you know, just in general, I think, you know, we need to make sure that we learn from that and realize that you can't shortchange the flexibility that we need to build into all forms of education at this juncture. And indeed, you know, again, I think the government had a confused response in regards to having to close schools and move to distance education with their choice to lay off 20-some thousand education workers, right? Having the subtext somehow that school was out, which in fact, Madam Chair, school was very much in a new, uncharted sort of area that I believe could have used more support considerably over these last few months. Students and parents and teachers worked really hard to try to ensure that there was some learning taking place. But again, I think, need to use our imagination and above all else our resources to make sure that we're going to be flexible moving forward, as I say, in an uncertain future for how school will be delivered here in the province of Alberta come fall. You know, and that includes, I would venture to say, post-secondary as well. We know that post-secondary will largely be an online endeavor here, at least during the fall semester. And again, it does not, I mean, hopefully the government does not succumb to the temptation to making further cuts under the presumption that, oh, well, school's out or school's online, and so we don't need to give as much resources to that enterprise. In fact, because of the newness of the situation and the how people are trying to be creative to make up a new way to provide high quality education, cutting positions, cutting funding is exactly the wrong way to go. So that's just my own little subtext there on this. Anyway, regardless, in regards to specifically this amendment then, let's remind ourselves that about 94% of our students and our families rely on high quality public and Catholic education here in the province, which is one and the same thing. And, we must make sure that we are funding and paying attention to that every step of the way as well. So I think that my honourable colleague's choice to change the title of this bill I think is more in keeping with the actual content of the bill. And certainly it's important to reaffirm at every step of the way our commitment to choice in education around different forms, but just to remind all of us here in the chamber and the general public that this bill specifically talks about changes to private charter and home education amendments. And so I would expect that the title change that we put forward here today would be something that everyone will support, because, I mean, that's just the vibe I'm getting in the room here right now. I can see that, people are talking about it right now, and they're thinking, yeah, you know what a great idea. And I think that that'll just carry us on in the spirit of cooperation for now and into the future. So I look forward to hearing other people's ideas on this, and I thank you for your time.
Honourable members, we have before us Amendment A6. I see the Honourable Minister of Education has risen.
Thank you. I just categorically disagree with this amendment, and I find it problematic for many reasons, and I guess the first and foremost reason is that this is indeed a Choice in Education Act. This is what we heard from parents, and I think I'd like the members opposite to ask themselves why we are in the place we are in, and to reflect on what has brought us to here. And what has brought us to this point is that during their tenure, that there were groups, including faith-based education, charter schools, independent schools, homeschoolers, and various public schools that felt threatened, that they didn't feel like they had choices or that their choices were being limited, and that it was a government knows best approach. And certainly that is not something that our government supports. We support that absolutely. We have a long successful history of choice in education, and it is because of those choices that I believe, and my colleagues believe, that we have such a successful education that's world-renowned, because we are the only province in all of Canada that actually has and supports charter schools, that we have options for parents, that, as the honourable member said earlier, that if a family finds that a particular student isn't excelling or responsive in a particular stream, that they can go to another stream, that we support the various streams that are out there. This bill, first and foremost, is about parents having prior right to choose the type of education that they want to provide for their children. First and foremost, parents are the primary educators. They have their children for the first number of years at home, and then they entrust their children to the education system, not the other way around.
Conversations to the lounges, and we'll hear the member that has the floor right now, and that is the Minister of Education.
Thank you. As a mother of 7, I know that as I was looking to choose the education stream that I wanted for my children, having had them at home for X number of years, that I was in the best position to know how they learned. I was in the best position to understand and love and really identify the needs that they needed to be addressed in the education system. It's the parents, first and foremost, not a system, a bureaucratic system. As Minister of Education, oftentimes things that cross my desk have little to do with the child and more to do with the bureaucracy of education. And let's get back to the fact that, yes, the majority of parents do choose the excellent public education that we have, which is public and Catholic and Francophone. But there are other options for other reasons. And let's respect that, and I think that's the biggest thing. Let's respect that parents, knowing their child so well, will choose what is best for their child.
Hear, hear.
This bill is very much about that, respecting. The very second piece is, whereas the Government of Alberta recognizes public schools, separate schools, francophone schools, private schools, charter schools, early childhood service programs, and home education programs as being valued and integral to providing choice and education to students and parents. That's what this bill is all about. Though the opposition choose to focus on some minor amendments that we did with charter schools, where we are looking to streamline the process and adding vocational charter schools, which were implicit in the Education Act, and now we're just a little more explicit about it, where we recognize that private independent schools are an important option. The reason we've put that in is because they were feeling that they weren't important under the previous government. And we're needing that reaffirmation. And the option for home education, again, as I said earlier, was an option that the homeschoolers themselves want. And we will have regulations in place to ensure that, if things are not being addressed properly, that we can address them. So again, this is all about choice in education. This was aptly named because this is what it's about. This is what we campaigned on. This is what we have said to the 1 million+ voters that voted for us that we would bring forward. choice in education. We respect choice, and I hope the members opposite will as well. Thank you.
Are there any other members wishing to speak to Amendment A6? I see the honourable member for Edmonton Riverview has risen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's my pleasure to join the debate on Bill 15, looking specifically at Amendment A6. And as we know, the bill is called Choice in Education Act 2020, and the amendment is wanting to actually make the name more appropriate for the bill, which I certainly agree with, hence changing it to Education, Private and Charter Schools and Home Education Amendment Act 2020. So I certainly support this amendment and will speak about it for the next little while. So, you know, we do know that 94% of Alberta students go to public schools. And sort of regardless of what this UCP government is intent on doing, which is cutting the funding to public schools, which is what it has done, laid off thousands of teachers, and bringing in more of an American-style privatized system, they're paving the way for this to grow even more by this legislation. So, you know, only 6% of students in Alberta or homeschools attend charter schools or go to private schools. And so that's why we are suggesting that the name of this bill be changed so we can clearly see what it's about. And it's unnecessary legislation. Let's just face it. The vast majority of Albertans are happy within the public system. And, you know, that was even proven in their own survey that the vast majority felt they had adequate choice within the public system. And certainly as a mom of 3 children, I know this firsthand. And, you know, I could just share a little bit just to really demonstrate how diverse our public system is. And certainly it's not the system that I grew up in a little town in northern Alberta, but here in Edmonton, my children had tremendous choice. And my eldest son, when he was in grade 7, he went to Victoria School of the Performing Arts. And he went there specifically because he was an artistic young man. And he went and he did all sorts of courses in development of videos, you know, I don't even know what this stuff is called. That's why I'd be a hopeless teacher for him at home, that's for sure. I wouldn't be able to do the homeschooling that he would have really thrived in. And he actually has parlayed that now as an adult into his work, where he does all sorts of digital things, and he, you know, that whole world was demystified for him in grade 7. And so this was right here within the Edmonton public school system. And of course, we know the Victoria School of Performing Arts has a vast array of different arts, plus the academic work for children to be very successful. So that's just one of my sons. My middle son, when he was, you know, relatively young in grades 3 or 4, he showed a real interest in hockey. And he wanted to play hockey all the time, and he had dreams of going to the NHL, as many young Alberta boys do. And so his father and I wanted to provide him with opportunity. And so he went to Vimy. Vimy's the hockey school in the Edmonton public system. And from grade 7, he went to that school. And unfortunately, he never got drafted for the NHL, but he spent many hours playing hockey right in school. I used to think it was incredible that this kind of an opportunity could be available to him. He was an honor student throughout his, junior high, high school. Plus, he had this great opportunity to really develop his skills as a hockey player. So that's also something totally different than my older son, but that is another choice. My youngest son, actually my middle son and my younger son, both went to, up until about grade, well, it was different for us, but mostly the elementary years, went to McKernan, which was a French immersion program. So they, from kindergarten to about grade 4, took French immersion. And so that was a great opportunity for them right inside the public school system. So again, so much tremendous choice. Unfortunately, one of the challenges that we experience as a family is my youngest son it was becoming clearer and clearer at first when he was taking French that he was not sort of keeping up with the other kids. And his French teacher always told me, it's okay, it's French, it takes them a little longer. Obviously, English is his mother tongue, and it's going to take some time. But in grade 4, I just knew that something had been done because he was starting to feel like he didn't understand anything. He told me, Mom, I'm stupid, I can't do this. And I was concerned, so I went and talked to his teacher. We had him assessed, and it turned out he had learning disabilities in 3 areas. And so the recommendation of the assessment was that he go to Academy at King Edward, which is a specialized program within the public school system with very small number of students, like 13 in a class, where they help kids overcome learning disabilities. And so my son in grades 5 and 6 went to that school and received tremendous support, really helped him catch up, understand. He had the attention. They had aides in the classroom. It made a huge difference for his learning because, it was pretty disturbing because he felt that he was just dumb and he wasn't getting it. None of the kids, other kids could get it and he didn't. And then, after that 2-year period, he was able to be reintegrated into the public system, grade 7, and he was an honor student from grade 7 to 12. So, that's a huge success, and already I'm showing you a tremendous amount of diversity, a tremendous amount of sort of starting where the child's at, supporting them in their interests, in their abilities, and he too went to Vimy, and that was mostly because of his parents wanting some convenience so that 2 of the 3 would go to the one school. And he took the Outdoor Pursuits program, which meant they did, work in, going out in the bush and surviving and doing all sorts of things. And again, this is none of the opportunities that I could give him as a parent, through sort of my own teaching of him. And so, I'm tremendously grateful to the, public system and the diversity that they, alone have offered my family. And I know that I'm not alone in this, and that many Albertans, and obviously we know that the vast majority are pleased with the options available in the public education system. So it sort of defies logic, really, that this bill is being brought forward, and there's just tremendous concerns that it just creating a lack of standards, and that people aren't really going to be able to, fulfill on giving children a world-class education. We know that this bill, if we're talking about the charter schools, it kind of sidesteps the local school boards because now people will be applying directly to the minister. And that's a problem. That's a significant problem because there is a public school board that is providing a vast array of choices. And now, a sole person is responsible for that. I don't know. That sets up a red flag for me. I feel that authority should not go to only the minister. That absolutely should be taken into consideration, the whole board system within that community. And so that's a serious concern with this legislation. Also, too, with this, the homeschooling aspect that has, the changes. These are already in place. We already know there's charter schools. We already know there's homeschooling. We already know there's private schools in Alberta, and it is that very small percentage, that 6% of Albertans choose that, fine. But the vast majority want the strong public education system, and diverting money away to these other systems is only going to erode high quality publication. And that's perhaps the very focus of this government. They do want to denigrate the public education system. So with this homeschooling that this legislation talks about, it says parents would need to submit a plan for how they would educate their children, but not have to get approval of that plan from the government or be supervised by school boards. unsupervised home education, and this is a quote, should be a concern to all Albertans. A child's right to a quality of education must not be sacrificed in the name of parental choice. And so if I can just go back to my son with learning disabilities, I mean, I was a parent who was involved, who wanted my kid to have the best education. I mean, he attended the public system, but we also did extracurricular things. My boys took piano lessons, and we did piano where the parent was involved in the lessons. Music for young children, if anybody knows about that. And, but my youngest son had significant challenges, as I've talked about, with learning. And I know myself, I'm not a trained teacher. I don't have expertise. I don't understand about learning disabilities. I mean, I know I'm not the only parent with a child with learning disabilities. I mean, we have to understand that there needs to be significant supports for this. We can't just think that parents, can be able to, properly support their kids to have that world-class education. So I really question, I feel like myself, I'm not even equipped, to do that. And, I have a master's degree, but that doesn't mean that I'm qualified to be able to teach my kid and give him the world-class education that he deserves. So, I mean, I just question this. How can this make any sense? And certainly if we go back, and I think about, my own parents, I'm sure glad they didn't homeschool me because, I feel like I would have missed out so much, and I wouldn't have had the opportunity to really develop myself and go on to higher education. And it's nothing against my parents. I love them dearly. But I mean, it's like not a simple thing to educate and teach people, and certainly to be current, Like I said about the digital videos or all that stuff, that's way beyond my comprehension, but that was so vital for my son, to be able to have that opportunity to learn that in things that there's no way that I could have offered him that. And I'd just like to reiterate also, my colleague who spoke earlier and had worked in child welfare, as I did years ago. And I worked a lot with teachers and children who struggled in the school system. And oftentimes they struggled because they didn't have home environments that were strong, and that there were challenges in those environments. And some parents do want to have control of exactly what their kids learn, but it may not be in that child's best interest, so there needs to be checks and balances. There's just no question of that. And those are in place now. And this bill takes those away. And that's, really hurtful to the child. So we have to, I think, understand that if we're going to create this legislation with its broad application to all students in Alberta, all parents in Alberta who want to homeschool, then we need to understand that, not everybody's going to have an enriched environment for them to be able to fulfill on what needs to happen to properly educate children. And so there needs to be checks and balances. And so having them tethered, having them connected to school boards is so important, and to make sure that they have an understanding of what is needed in that. And I mean, it's just a myth that there isn't diversity already. There isn't tremendous choice already in the public education system. There is tremendous, and I think I've demonstrated that by just my example of my 3 kids. So it's I don't know, mind-boggling really for me to think about why this is even needed. But I think there may be a reason, and it is because this UCP government does want to increase private schools and erode the public system. And they have, they've already demonstrated that in the budget by cutting funding and, supporting more homeschooling, supporting more charter schools will only divert funds away from the public system more. So it is, I think that's what this bill is about. And so we just want to, call a spade a spade. Let's call it what it is and not pretend that it's something else. because we already have choice in the system right now, and they want to create more private, you know, a way to divert away from the public system. And it's a tragedy because you know why education in Alberta is world class? It's because of our public system. It's because of the tremendous public system we have. And you know, I just want to really acknowledge all of the teachers, and I know especially during COVID-19, I mean, the work that they do to reach out to their students and support them. And I know many parents I've spoken to are, you know, looking forward to those days when those kids can go back to school because they realize how difficult it is and how having a professional care for their children, educate them, is so vital to their well-being. And I think parents are kind of humbled by the situation because it isn't. And I, you know, to be frank, I feel grateful that my children are older because I know that it would have been super challenging for me, especially because I wasn't, you know, an expert in learning disabilities and how to really support my son. And certainly I really am so grateful to those teachers at Academy at King Edward who made all of the difference for my son. And that was right in the public education system, and there was just tremendous opportunities for all of my children, and I'm so grateful for that. So I'll just say again, like 94% of Albertans go to the public system, just a very small percentage of Albertans choose something else, and those, you know, those systems are already in place. This just sort of paves the way for more private education, which is only going to, you know, erode our very important public system. So I certainly would support that, you know, this bill be called what it really is, and I would recommend that all of the members in this chamber do vote in favor of the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I see the Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Anne Parkland has risen.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I've been keeping pretty quiet here and listening to lots of debate through the multitudes of amendments that the opposition has brought forward. But I would like to, and I don't often do this, I'd like to call out a thank you to one of the members opposite. And I don't want to get it wrong here. I want to say Millwoods. I hope it's Millwoods. I actually enjoyed her dialogue. She brought forth some really good, it is Millwoods? No, or do you want to be, I can't thank you, because I don't thank you. I thank this lady back here. I'm just trying to make sure that I got the right lady. Castle Downs, Edmonton Castle Downs. Yep, perfect. Thank you for correcting me. The member from Edmonton Castle Downs had the most compelling reasons for a couple of points that they brought up. She was actually concerned about, you know, the concerns of the children and being there from her former background. And I always like it when the member from Castle Downs speaks because I enjoy her debate. I honestly do. And she brings a level of decorum to the opposition I think they should start to emulate. Because that individual from Castle Downs, I know I could sit down and have a grown-up conversation with.
I'm just going to remind all members that we are on Amendment A6.
Yes, ma'am.
To keep your comments pertinent to the amendment, although I'm sure the member from Edmonton Castle Downs is very flattered by the compliments from the member for Lac-Saint-Anne Parkland.
Yes, thank you, ma'am.
We'll go back on to Amendment A6.
And the segue into that, ma'am, is calling things for what they are. So this amendment here is actually trying to point out in the member's opposite opinion of what we're doing. So instead of being a choice in education act that we're putting forward by our Honourable Minister of Education, they want to say it's called the Education Private and Charter Schools and Home Education Amendment Act. So again, with the exception of the member from Castle Downs, the entire opposition that I've heard speak so far has missed the entire point of the entire bill, which you would think law percentages that they would get her, but again, we're not quite there. So again, coming back to the choice in education, there's lots of choices out there. All school divisions are not created equal either. I've heard the members opposite talk about how good, how fantastic every single school division is. And I can tell you that is not the truth. They are not created equal. You can look at what happened down in Calgary. That school division's not equal. Not equal at all compared to the choices in education, how they spend their cash and what they do. But you know what is equal? The right for every Albertan parent to choose for their education of their children. That is something that's fundamentally equal. To have, as one member had put it, to go to McDonald's to see if you can open up a Wendy's franchise, they probably wouldn't let you do it. So let's talk about toppings. Let's talk about hamburgers, because everybody loves a good hamburger. I want choices in my hamburger, Madam Chair. I don't want to have to go to Wendy's to buy my McDonald's Big Mac. I want my choices. And when it comes to my kids, I've got the choice for my kids. What COVID has taught us is that a lot of the teaching is not created equal. So what is interesting is maybe we should have put, I don't know, maybe I have an amendment for the amendment, Madam Speaker. Because really what this is coming down to is, if we want to put words in here, maybe I'll offer my own amendment to the amendment on this. And what they should call it is, Alberta school changes right wing will produce nut bar right wing warriors. So why don't we call it for what it is? This is where they believe that this should be at. They honestly believe, with us giving us choices to this act, that we should maybe call it the right-wing nut bar act. It's pretty disingenuous. If you want to start calling things names, let's get to the root of your debate, with the exception of the member from Castle Downs.
Speak through the chair to all honorable members.
And this one is a passionate one because, again, I have 4 kids at home. I went to public education, so did my wife. My wife is a doctor in dentistry. I became a civil engineering technologist. The Yellowhead School Division that I went to was very much recessed. We only had small classroom sizes. There was only 30 of us. We had to beg, borrow, and steal to get physics equipment. Now, when I become an MLA and I go back to my old area where I grew up, I look at Grand Trunk Yellowhead. They have turned that thing absolutely around. They have their budgets under control. Kids' test scores are going up. It's fantastic. And what I get from my constituents out in my area, they want the choice. They want the ability to choose. If they wanted to choose to educate their children in that school division, fantastic. Not all of them are created equal. My kids go to Parkland. Not every school is equal in Parkland. My wife now, who's, the nut bar, who's a doctor in dentistry, is choosing to keep our 3 kids at home. The 4th is still going to carry on with high school. And in all likelihood, my daughters will go back to high school when it's available. What she's being told by the administrators is that if you leave that system, you can never come back in. It's come to my attention some of the teachers' unions are propagating this type of information, this misinformation, Madam Chair. So when we're talking about calling things for what they are, maybe we should start putting those facts on the table and stop, I'm trying to use the right word, light-footing around the actual meaning and the dialogue and the concerns they have. At the doors, that's what we've heard time and time again. Let me have the right to choose. They had brought up issues before, again, not the amendment on this one, Madam, but they brought up issues before about protecting one's children and having that line of sight. I'd like to thank the member from Calgary West. He brought Clare's Law into effect. We still keep forgetting about that. That is irrelevant for everyone to keep an eye on the kids. So again, this, changing the name, I'm not comfortable with it because that's not the intent. A rose by any other name is still a rose. And I'd like to thank the rose for you, Madam, for bringing forward this act that's going to allow my family, my choice, that I can educate my children the way I can and my constituents, because that's what they asked for time and time again. And the former Minister of Education, if he's talking about names, maybe he could have chose the hunt to kill and bankrupt private and charter schools, because that was his former standpoint on the Education Act, from what I'd seen out in my area. It was a meticulous effort to drive them under and holding a bag of gold. So what's in a name? Just about everything. And let's call it for what it is. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Well, that was certainly a spirited debate on Amendment A6. Are there any other honourable members wishing to rise and join debate? I see the honourable member for St. Albert has risen.
Chair. So I'm not going to take much time. I'm going to speak to this amendment quickly, but not using my own words, actually using some people that I represent as the MLA for St. Albert. And so I am quite certain that the majority of us have school boards in the areas that we represent. And as you know, it is our job to consult with them and to listen to their feedback. And because they don't have a voice in this place, I'd like to share with you some of their concerns as they relate to Bill 15 directly. And I will table a copy of their letter tomorrow. They have 3 distinct concerns, one of which speaks directly to the actual the amendment to change the title of the bill. So the 3 concerns are: 1, the impetus for Bill 15, number 2, the potential consequences of Bill 15, and 3, the actual consultation process that was undertaken. And so I want to read a section that I think is really important. is that the government of Alberta actually does have a very long history of supporting school choice, and I think that we can probably all agree on that. Certainly Bill 19, the School Amendment Act, which first introduced charter schools. I don't know if you remember that. After several additional policy changes, we saw Alberta's education system expand and change on an unprecedented scale. And Alberta has been argued to have an extremely accommodating stance towards school choice, as evidenced by the development of alternative school funding in the 70s, acceptance of private schools in the Revised School Act of 1988, went a little further to expand choice. So actually, Alberta has been described as offering the greatest degree of school choice in Canada. School choice is embedded in the fabric of the education system in Alberta. There is simply no existential threat to school choice in Alberta. This comes from a school board. Well, I could look in the mirror, but I'm pretty sure I wouldn't see a school board, but thank you for that. Furthermore, based on market principles, there is no evidence of an increased demand for more charter schools. The cap for charter schools, and what's really important to note, Madam Chair, is that the cap for charter schools was never reached, nor was there a backlog of charter school applications waiting to be processed at the provincial level. To reiterate the original question, which goes back to supporting this amendment, what is the impetus for choice in education? And what is the impetus for naming this piece of legislation that way? I think that the two school boards in the area that I represent, who I've spoken with, were very clear and actually very proud of the fact that they had a great deal of choice, from logos to sports academies to recreation academies to inclusive education to francophone opportunities to immersion opportunities, all kinds of immersion, all kinds of choice opportunities in the Catholic and in the public. I think that I can't speak for all the school boards, but I imagine choice is something that is represented in most school boards. So what I heard from these groups was that having this labeled or called choice in education failed to really recognize the decades, and this isn't the last 4 years of an NDP government. I'm talking about decades of the evolution of educational opportunities in Alberta. And I think the letter that I will again table tomorrow goes a long way to explain that history of how we got here, how we got to private schools the way they are, how we got to charter schools, how we got to the number 15 before the cap was removed. What was the difference between charter and private? How did they work together with public and Catholic? How did that work together with people that choose homeschooling? How were they best supported throughout Alberta? So there is a very rich history of choice. You can't deny that. You may not like the choices in your area. They may not fit with your personal view of what should be available to you. But you have to admit there is a great deal of choice in education in Alberta. Those are facts. And so our amendment is about changing the title of a bill to reflect the state of our province right now. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any other Honourable Members? I see the member for Calgary Southeast has risen to join debate on Amendment A6.
Thank you. Parents are the ultimate caregivers and educators of their children. Bill 15 protects Alberta's long history of education choice, including public and separate schools, francophone schools, charter, independent schools, early childhood education, home education, and a variety of alternative programs. Real choice in education exists when parents can choose educational settings that meet the needs of their children, as well as their family values and culture. Schools, then, must have the freedom to provide an environment that meets the expectations of those parents. A parent's freedom to exercise their right as the ultimate educator is threatened when laws, policies, and practices reduce or eliminate the existence of educational options. This could include threatening to remove the accreditation or funding from independent schools, regulations limiting the number of charter schools, or school board trustees limiting the expansion of alternative programs counter to the wishes and demands of parents. Albertans have embraced school choice and have rejected a one-size-fits-all institution. They have done so because our students, our children, are not one-size-fits-all. Children have a wide range of needs and interests. So why wouldn't our educational institutions reflect that diversity? Some parents have chosen independent schools, charter schools, or home education because they believed it would be a better academic fit. For others, their decision is motivated by culture, values, religious beliefs, sports, or music. Tailoring education to the student can improve school attendance and engagement, and as a result, improve their academic results. Choice doesn't just improve the experience and academic outcomes of students, it also drives our educational institutions to innovate, to implement best practices, and to strive for continuous improvement. Choice also facilitates parental autonomy and enables a parent to make changes if an education setting is not meeting the needs of their child. With homeschooling and independent schooling funding well below public, choice in education also saves the government hundreds of millions of dollars, all while reducing class sizes in our public schools and often providing superior educational outcomes. I support strong, accessible, publicly funded education. I also support school choice. You can have both, and indeed, in Alberta, we do. I have families in my constituency that send one child to public and one to independent. I've met families that at times have homeschooled, and at other times have put their children in public or separate. While some push fear and misinformation, record funding of over $8 billion speaks to our government's commitment to strong, accessible, publicly funded education. The 5 public schools in various stages of construction in my constituency also speak to that commitment. I would like to thank the Minister for bringing forward this bill, which I believe is appropriately named, for fulfilling this important campaign commitment, for solidifying parents as the ultimate educators of our children, and for protecting school choice. Thank you.
Thank you, honourable members. Seeing no other members rising to speak to the amendment, I'm prepared to call the question on Amendment A6 as proposed by the honourable member for Edmonton Northwest on behalf of the honourable member for Edmonton Glenora. Are you on the amendment? Are you agreed? Opposed? That amendment has been defeated, and we are back on the main bill. I see the Minister of Energy has risen.
To move that we adjourn debate on Bill 15.
Okay, having heard the motion as proposed by the Honourable Minister of Energy to adjourn debate and report progress on Bill number 15, when the committee rises, are you agreed? Agreed. Any opposed? That motion is carried. Glenn?
Committee of the Whole be Bill 16 under consideration, Victims of Crime Strengthening Public Safety Amendment Act 2020. Do we have any speakers wishing to speak to Bill 16? I see the member from Calgary Mountain View has risen to speak.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I rise to move an amendment to this bill. And as that comes up, I'll begin to read it. It's fairly extensive, so I can begin to read it into the record. So I move that Bill 16, thank you, Victims of Crime Strengthening Public Safety Amendment Act 2020 be amended as follows. A, in Section 10 in the proposed Section 12 in subsection 1B Roman numeral 2 by adding except as provided in 12.23 immediately before the offense was not reported to a police service, and in subsection 2 by renumbering Clause A as 8.1 and adding the following immediately before 8.1, A, financial benefits applied for by a victim in accordance with the regulations. B, in Section 11, by striking out the proposed Section 12.2 and substituting the following. Application for benefits, 12.2, subsection 1. Subject to subsections 2 and 3, an application be made under subsection 12. A, only in respect of a financial benefit referred to in Section 12.2A or a supplemental benefit referred to in 12.2B. And B, only if the offense was reported to police within a reasonable period of time after the offense occurred. Subsection 2, except as provided for in subsection 3 and in 12.4, the application must be made within 2 years after the date on which the applicant first knew or in the circumstances ought to have known that offense occurred. Subsection 3, if the victim was a minor at the time the offense occurred, an application under Section 12 must be made within a reasonable period of time after the date the victim becomes an adult. C, by striking out Section 12 and substituting the following. 12, Section 12.4 is amended by striking out notwithstanding subsection 12.22b and 12.3 and substituting despite sections 12.22 and 3 and section 12.32. D, by striking out section 13A and substituting the following. A, in subsection 1, by striking out on receipt of an application for financial benefits and substituting on receipt of an application under section 12.2 in respect of financial benefits or a supplemental benefit. E, in section 14 in the proposed 13.1, Roman numeral 1 in subsection 2C by adding or to determine the amount of that benefit immediately after whether a person is eligible for a benefit under that act. Subsection 2 in subsection 3 by adding or to determine the amount of the benefit immediately after whether a person is eligible for a benefit under that act. F in section 21B in the proposed 17I by striking out supplemental wherever it occurs.
Thank you, Member. The amendment as introduced by the member from Calgary Mountain View will be referred to as Amendment A2, and you may proceed in your discussions.
Thank you very much. So that was a long series of things I just read out. Essentially, the amendment aims to do two things. So the first is to restore financial benefits to victims. So presently under the Act, all financial benefits are lost with the exception of the 4 things outlined. 2 of them relate to members of the class in the class action lawsuit, which the government settled. And that lawsuit was brought on behalf of children in care for whom the government had not applied for financial benefits. So those 2 of the subsections relate to that. One of the subsection relates to the old Act from 1997, and the other subsection relates to severe neurological damage. So in the absence of one of those 4 things, no financial benefits are available under Bill 16. And so that's a big concern for me. So this will restore the ability of a victim to apply to the financial benefits program. This is needed because the current Bill 16 takes it away. This amendment will help to ensure that if a victim of crime sort of undergoes major psychological trauma or has time off work, that they have access to funds to assist with that, which is often the case. In addition, the other change that this makes has to do with pausing the limitations period. So it's the case under the current Victims of Crime bill. It'll be the case under, and it won't be the case under, well, it's the case under the current Victims of Crime bill and under the proposed Bill 16 that you have to come forward within a reasonable period of time. There's some variations to that. It sort of operates a bit like the civil limitations period, although there's not a perfect analogy there. One of the things the old Victims of Crime bill did that Bill 16 gets rid of is that it allowed a child witness who had witnessed a crime. It basically paused that limitation period while the child was a child. And we actually see this as well in the civil limitations period, and for good reason, because often when a child has experienced trauma, they're not in the best position to come forward immediately. And so the idea is to pause that until they're 18 and then let the sort of reasonable time period start running. And I think that's really important. This would actually apply that to everything. So if you were a child victim of any sort, the limitations period would be paused. So I think those 2 things are absolutely critical. And one of the things I want to do here is read into the record message that I received from someone who had accessed this fund. And she writes, 2 years ago, I left my spouse because he assaulted me. I left with the clothes on my back. I managed to scrape together some of my children's belongings that were important to them, and I ran with what little strength I had. For 2 years, and it was going on. I battled my abuser in court, facing my abuser, reliving the trauma he imposed on me, having to relocate homes multiple times, all while trying to protect my children, trying to keep us safe, trying to keep us hidden, and not being lucky enough not to be found by my abuser. The emotional, mental, and physical draining it takes on a victim to continuously see their abuser over and over in court proceedings, listening to their abuser lie or twist their version of what they think happened, listening to excuses thrown out by their abuser for this behavior in scarring not only myself but 3 young children is exhausting. At one point in time, I considered ending my life because I thought it would be easier than continuing to battle this person in court every 2 weeks. I have not been able to go back to work. I have not healed after a long hospital stint, and she details some of the injuries that she's sustained. She goes on to list, I could not stop crying. I felt ashamed, guilty, heartbroken. I had times of grief. Even today I can't sleep, and I have multiple health issues stemming from the stress. My children have also suffered. The Victim Services Fund helped us to take the time we needed to go to court, to keep us safe, not to stress over financial obligations because most of us were financially restrained by our abusers. So we ran with nothing. The Victim Services Fund helps to fund housing, food, clothing, counseling, a lawyer, and taking the time away or decreasing the amount of time decreasing the amount given to a victim impacts their entire life and how they live while trying to manage moving forward with their lives. This fund is needed by victims to ease their minds of the one less thing they have to worry over, to stress over, to have anxiety over, to consider suicide over. Please consider using this at the ledge. And she goes on to detail the reasons why she's very concerned about the bill. So I think that we need to understand what we're talking about when we're talking about these financial benefits, because they really are things that impact people at the most difficult moments of their lives. I'd also like to read from a letter that I received, and this letter is sent on behalf of multiple organizations: the Alberta Police-Based Victim Services Organization, the Alberta Council of Women's Shelters, the Association of Alberta Sexual Assault Services, Stop Abuse in Families Society, Alberta Restorative Justice Association, and Assist Community Services Centre. And they detail the history of the fund and a number of other things, but I think one of the critically important things that they say is victims play a critical role in the criminal justice system. Our organization supports victims to ensure they receive help, support, and rights to which they are entitled, and which are entrenched in both provincial and federal legislation. In the course of our work in supporting and meeting the unique needs of victims, we have built a broad-based knowledge when it comes to the challenges victims face and the impacts on victims when they don't receive timely and appropriate services. Without this critical support throughout the process, many victims choose not to engage in the criminal justice system or exit the process before resolution, resulting in offenders not being held accountable and endangering the safety of our communities. And it goes on to detail several reasons why holding offenders accountable helps to ensure public safety and helps to support victims. In addition, the letter references the work the Auditor General requested that we do, and the fact that the outcomes of that work identified that there were gaps in service that needed additional funding which was intended to be forthcoming. In addition, Mr. Chair, I have a letter here from Mothers Against Drunk Driving detailing their considerable concerns with Bill 16. They say in part, we do not believe the Victims of Crime Fund should be used to fund more Crowns or law enforcement efforts. Any changes should be to enhance services provide a more holistic service to more victims and survivors of crime. Crown and Police act on behalf of the public, not on behalf of victims and survivors. Their budget should be paid by taxpayers and given only funding for victim services through the Victims Fund. At MAD Canada, we recognize the needs of victims and survivors go beyond the criminal justice system. In many cases, the justice system is not even available to them and often is a source of frustration and re-victimization. The parents of a young person who is killed while driving impaired will not engage with the justice system, but will be in urgent need of support. Some impaired drivers may flee the scene and avoid apprehension and prosecution. The needs of the victims and survivors in these cases are no less important because those cases are not going through the justice system. And so what these folks are expressing is concerns, and in particular, MAD is expressing a concern about the need for more support for victims, and they're detailing, instances in which a victim who is suffered a very real crime may not be identified by the system as a victim because a prosecution isn't possible for whatever reason, and this unfortunately happens in our justice system, and it is incredibly tragic for those families and for those victims. So I think, Mr. Chair, the incredible importance to me of these amendments is that a lot of victims need a lot of support. I think, in fact, there were a number of ways that the regulations, which I've been over extensively, could have actually been amended to allow more victims to apply to the fund, and ought to have been so amended. And I wish very much that we had been able to bring that forward. I think, we had finished the work the Auditor General asked for, and we were hoping to make further changes to ensure more funds were flowing to victims and to the organizations that support them. And I think that's incredibly important, because I can tell you that in doing that work, we did do what the Auditor General asked. We did look at the needs of victims and at the gaps in service, and the gaps in some cases were significant. And so I think certainly this program could have used some work, but this is not a step in the right direction. This is a step in the wrong direction. And this amendment proposes to fix both something that I think Bill 16 is doing wrong and something that I believe is incorrect in the current act, which is to say that pausing of the limitation period only applies to someone a child who's witnessed a crime and not a child who themselves was a victim of a crime. So I guess it proposes to fix, to make better this current bill, but also what has gone in the past. And so I think, as we move forward with this bill, I would really like my colleagues to consider and to reflect on the importance of that financial benefits program. It's not a lot of money that each individual gets, but it's often life-changing to those individuals. And so I think I would urge everyone to support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I see the Honourable Deputy Government House Leader is yours.
Minutes to 6, so I rise to move that the committee rise and report progress on both Bills 15 and Bill 16.
Thank you. Having heard the motion as proposed by the Honourable Deputy Government House Leader, are you agreed? Agreed. Opposed? It's carried. member from Laxton and Parkland.
Committee of the Whole has under certain consideration certain bills. Bill 15, Bill 16. I wish to table copies of all the amendments in consideration by the Committee of the Whole on this date for the official records of the Assembly.
Having heard the report, all those in favour, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? That's carried. Honourable Deputy House Leader.
To move that the Assembly adjourn until this evening at 7:30 p.m.
Having heard the motion by the Honourable Government Deputy House Leader, all those in favour? Aye. Opposed? We are adjourned till 7:30 this evening.